on a gaming whim, but this ain't a game to him. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. So join Jovan and get your critical cap on. 'Cause there's a Bradley's baddie inside of me and you.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? How you killing? How you cooling? How you feeling? Welcome to stream. My name is Jovan Bradley. It is Friday. Oh my God, I am so echoey from my new home. Whatever. Wait, if I close this door, it'll be less Friday. Anyway, say hi to Katie. Katie's here. Hi, Katie.
Hi.
Katie's going to debate with me this evening, and you guys are going to watch it because that's what we do here in the Bradley's Baddies cave system. Hi, Katie. How have you been?
I've been all right. The echo is making you sound like I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know how to describe it. It's just giving you like a vibe that I can't describe.
You know,
A little je ne sais
I do
quoi.
love a vibe. I do love a vibe. If you're here and you are ready for stream, hey, how are you? Let's do our hellos and shout outs. First and foremost, shout out to King Puff, Trans Dreamland, and Starfighter Chad for being the first people in the Twitch stream today. Shout out to you guys. Also, let me get our background music up and running. Shout out to Tricky Nia for resubscribing with their Amazon Prime for 8 months. Thank you so much over on Twitch. You guys are the bestest around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down. We also have some shout outs over on the YouTube. So shout out to Addy the Fatty for being a member for 8 months at tier 3, closing in on a year of membership status. Now, if you're here and you're conservative, I have to tell you something. You are up against some blue-haired cucks. Okay? I'm definitely a blue-haired cuck. I'm definitely a libtar. I didn't say the T or the D. I didn't say the D, so it doesn't count as a slur. I'm definitely one of those soy boy liberal cucks. So you should be able to call in and debate me. We have our call-in line open. 219-327-8005. That call-in number again, 219-327-8005. Couple topics on the board today. One, there's no good reason to be MAGA. Doesn't exist. Two, there's no good reason to be anti-abortion. You're just an asshole. Three, there's no good reason to be anti-LGBTQIA+. I mean, unless you're just like, that's too many letters, but like, fair. Four, there's no good reason to believe the Christian God is good. Absolutely none. And five, and most importantly five, there's no good reason, or I'm sorry, trans men and women are men and women. I was gonna say there's no good reason to be trans men and women, but that didn't make sense. Trans men and women are men and women. Now, if you think you have what it takes to debate either Katie or myself on these, call in 219-327-8005. When you call in, you can request a one-on-one debate with either Katie or myself, or you can come up here like the big, strong mans and women's that you are. Maybe a they-themers. Maybe we get called by a they-them conservative. Imagine if their pronouns are they-them conservative.
I would rather that people didn't ask me for a one-on-one debate right now.
Then
I'm out of practice.
That's why you have to just dive in for like with both feet. You know?
I'm not like you. I can't just be on the internet and be confident when people are perceiving me.
You can't go, I don't want to be perceived, but also tell me you want to debate with me.
I want to debate with you. I don't want to debate by myself. I'm not ready for that yet.
Oh, true. Now, if you think you can handle a couple of blue-haired liberals, guys, 219-327-8005, I think all the conservatives are pretty much scaredy pants, poo-poo baby crybabies. Now, we are live on YouTube. We are live on Twitch. We are live on Facebook. You know what? I'm also going to go live on Instagram. That's how many live we're going to be etched across here on this fabulous day of days. Because why not, you know? Because why not?
The comment that someone said, but you have black hair.
No, I don't. I'm a blue-haired liberal cuck. I'm a blue-haired soy boy liberal cuck, and you will never convince me otherwise. Anyone who says otherwise is a liar.
Tell me that we don't have blue hair energy.
Straight up, for real. For real, for real. Okay, and this one we're gonna do the same output as this one. So that is H.264 vertical output 2. Man, I got this shit on lock, baby. And this is what I need. Output 1, no output 2. Save. Okay. Let's see if I can't get the Instagram rolling too. We'll be able to get calls from all over the globe. From everywhere, from here to Timbuktu. Now, guys, chat, squad, boys and girls, and all those in between. Here we go. It's so, we got a Facebook comment that I want to read. It's so funny. I just saw this and was like, which side am I going to be on? And your description sealed it for me. Disagree with the Christian comment, but I'm good with the soy boy. Listen, I don't like Christianity. I'll be honest with you. It's not my thing. I'm a big proponent against any religions, Christianity especially. Hello, Instagram. Welcome. I'm able to stream on literally every platform, and my internet is coasting right now. God. Moving was the best decision I've ever made. If you want to debate, if you disagree, 219-327-8005. I know we got some conservatives watching this stream right now. Tell us, we need to, you know what? Let me make a poll over on the YouTube. Start a poll. Are you conservative? Yes or no? First of all, let's talk about some crazy shit that happened today, okay? First of all, the President of the United States, for the first time in modern memory that I can remember, openly used a slur.
I'm behind on my American news.
Yeah, yesterday on Truth Social, he called Minnesota Governor Tim Walz the R slur. Just straight up called him the R slur on Truth Social. Straight up. Wait, let me go pull up the Truth Social.
Jovan, I told you that the R slur was making a comeback.
It's
just like a couple days ago.
Hold on, let me go pull it up. It up. I'm pulling this up. Hold on. Wait. Let me find it. Truth Social. First of all, the Truth Social internet platform is unusable. There are more ads on Truth Social than any website I've ever seen. Okay, so Trump said yesterday, oh God, where was it? First of all, he's trying to do that thing where he's like, I'm getting rid of all of the auto. He can't, it's illegal. He's not allowed to do that. Oh God, where was it? Here it is. Is this it? Yeah. He said, this is a long post, but at the end of it, he said, the seriously R-slur governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing either through fear, incompetence, or both. The serious retracted Tim Walz is what he said. Crazy, am I right?
literally 3 days ago, I told you, Jovan, that the R slur was coming back. I did not anticipate this being the way.
Listen, I think if a slur's gonna come back, a slur's gonna come back. But the President of the United States openly dropping a slur is crazy. Maybe it's just me who would like to see some decorum brought back to the White House. Hi, Guy. Thank you so much for resubscribing to Amazon Prime over on Twitch. Thank you for being subbed for 6 months. Kneezer, thanks so much for resubscribing to Amazon Prime over on Twitch for your 2nd month. Thank you so much. Maybe it's just me. I think it's kind of insane. Now, if you are calling in, we are just doing debates today. Just FYI, we're just doing debates. Topics on the board, 1 through 5. No good reason to be MAGA. No good reason to be anti-abortion. No good reason to be anti-LGBTQIA+. 4, no good reason to believe the Christian God is good. And 5, trans men and women are men and women. 219-327-8005. Go ahead, Katie.
Um, I think at this point, anything that happens in America, I'm just like, yeah, that would happen now. Like Trump saying a slur, I'm like, yep. I mean, the other day I was watching the videos on the White House TikTok, like all of the really weird AI videos they've been putting out with like music from Wicked, and I'm just like, how is this? This is a government.
You see the one? I still reel over that time he AI shit on Harry Sisson. It was the craziest shit I've ever seen. He made an AI video where Harry was leading like a protest, and Donald Trump flies over the protest in an F-15 fighter jet and drops diarrhea on Harry Sisson and all the protesters. This is real. Our president is a fucking joke. There's nothing we can do. He's a joke. Anyway, if you're just joining us today, I'm here debating with my good friend, Katie. Everybody say hi, Katie, at Katie Trashwell, if you want to find them on socials like TikTok. If you have ever said the phrase, God, I really like Jovan's definition of woman. Well, Katie's the one who created that, not me. But I will accept, as the man in a masked femme presenting friendship, I will accept the praise on Katie's behalf, because they, as a femme presenting non-binary person, you know, sometimes femme presenting non-binary people have had it too good in society.
Yeah, no, honestly, people have actually given me too much credit for my, my contributions to anything. So.
Oh, incredible.
I don't need it. It's fine. I love when I hear people say, "Oh, you use the same definition as Jovan." I love it. It's awesome.
You mean, does Jovan use the definition? But Katie will attest, instead of just using their definition, I've done the work and actually educating myself on what the things in the definition mean. I don't just say the definition and hope nobody questions me on it.
Oh, dude, I was talking to someone about that today, about the people who just learn how to make the argument. Like, then you get a bunch of people walking around who can't give, like, an in-depth example of how schemas work, or people who don't really understand what social constructs are and stuff, and I kind of hate that.
There's a reason. I have such an aversion when some people are like, oh, I kind of want to get into debating. I'm always like, wait a minute, friend. This isn't just something you can just fall into. This takes effort. Are you willing to put the effort in? Because if not, you're going to make bad arguments and you're going to make the cause look worse.
Or you get people who can make good arguments, but they don't actually know anything about the communities they're arguing for, or about the people, or the concepts. They can't apply it to real life, which means that even if you have a fucking fantastic argument, any layman that comes up to speak to you about it doesn't care. You're good. I feel like we should have a timer.
I took way too big of a bite. Holy shit. Okay, we got our first call of the day. First up on the stream, we are going to bring up Fisher. Now, Fisher says there are good reasons to believe the Christian God is good. I think that will be an interesting debate to have. Katie likes that topic. I like that topic. Let's bring up Fisher. Now, Fisher, hello. If you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hi, Jovan. I am 22 and I use mostly he, but some people want to degrade me. But that's just a joke because pronouns are made up.
Yes, most things are made up. So wait, you use he and him, I'm assuming?
Yeah, mostly.
Okay, no problem. Now, Fisher, you've made the claim that there are reasons to believe the Christian God is good. I don't believe the Christian God is good. Katie doesn't believe the Christian God is good. Tell us why you, Fisher, believe the Christian God is good.
I believe the Christian God is good because he affords us, not he as in he's a God and it's he, like God is a woman. The news came out, like we all heard it, whatever. But like, I just think that God is good because in order to have a full experience, you have to bring the good with the bad. The biggest like argument against my position is that like, oh, but we suffer. So how could God subject anybody to that? But I think that God is good because he gave us any experience at all.
You think God is good because he allowed us the ability to experience.
Yes.
If he allowed us the ability to experience and then, let Moses take a bunch of us as sex slaves, is he still good for doing that?
No. Okay, maybe I'm too into it, but I do believe in like multiple forces at play. Like I think God is like a dissociating mind at the core of the universe.
Well, so we're specifically talking about the Christian God, though.
Okay, yeah. Within the Old Testament, I think that I can't argue for the Old Testament God. Because obviously, like, there's genocide, and he's kind of condoning slavery, and he's, like, it's specifically a he, too. Like, he's just kind of, like, doing all this crazy shit.
What? Okay, so then, if the Old Testament God you can agree is evil, what makes the New Testament God, who is the same God, not still evil?
I think that there are multiple parts of God's mind that are acting at the same time upon like us because we're in the world. So like God's mind is the world, and then good and bad happens within God's mind. So then we experience good and bad. But maybe this is just like a metaphysical idea, and it might not be relevant to the political kind of like debate we have.
This isn't a political. Go ahead, Katie.
It doesn't sound like you're describing the Christian God.
Yeah, and that's perhaps true.
It sounds like you're describing your specific. It just seems like you're describing your specific belief in God, not the Christian God of the Bible.
Yeah, but the thing is, I still think Jesus has something to do with it.
What did he have to do with what?
So I still think that Jesus is an ordained force, right? Like he has been granted certain powers, or he was granted certain powers. I guess he still exists. So he's present tense, has been, or he is being granted certain ordained powers through God, and they are good. So that leads me to believe that God is good, because when he comes down to the material plane, he is good.
Okay, so God is good because when he made Jesus, Jesus was good.
Yeah, and Jesus was ultimately like kind of a different guy. Shout out to Jesus. He stepped up to the plate, but God was still kind of, it was a little unfair to Jesus. He was just kind of like,
well, hold on, Fisher, I'm just confused. How does, like, let's say, first of all, I don't even necessarily know that I believe in Jesus, but let's say Jesus exists, okay? How does the existence of Jesus erase God's allowing for slavery, allowing Moses to take sex slaves, genociding groups of people, killing children at will, killing all the Egyptian firstborns, making Cain and Abel like duke it out? Like, how does Jesus?
Jovan, I'm sorry if I may cut you off. Like, I understand, like, dude, like Old Testament God made a lot of really dumb decisions, and it seems impossible because God is all knowing. But the faith there is ultimately just like I just have to trust in this.
Okay, so wait. But that's not the question I asked you. I asked you, how does the existence of Jesus overwrite any of those things?
The existence of Jesus overwrites the wrongdoings of the Old Testament God. How? By setting a new precedent.
What precedent?
Just in the same way that governments set new precedents, just in the same way that companies will
Sorry,
come out with a new pay raise.
what is the new precedent specifically?
The new precedent is that, hey, all this old shit that you guys were doing is actually bad.
Oh, no, that's not true. Jesus says to follow the laws of Moses.
Yeah, but okay, well then maybe there's a connection between the New Testament and the Old Testament that I don't understand. That there's
Clearly.
like this iron rod through it, but like
Yeah, Jesus said he did not come to change the old law, but to fulfill it. He said that you are to still follow the laws taught by Moses and the other prophets, and so like if we're still beholden to these moral laws, when God was evil, what has changed?
Yeah. At this point, I could just be like, oh, well, the translations, and then I could throw it to uncertainty because we don't know what the translations really were. Like, we don't have a lot of good accounts of what.
No, I mean, the Old Testament, we still have like the original Hebrew.
Yeah. Dude, listening to that shit's kind of crazy. I don't know if you have, but anyway.
Yeah, so I'm just like, it doesn't seem like you have a good argument for the Christian God being good. You just more have like, I feel like he's good, so therefore he good.
I mean, I live through a lot of suck. I am an Amazon delivery driver, and I want to quit every day. Shout out to all other delivery drivers. If you guys leave out snacks, it's the best. Anyway, but there's so much good that I also am afforded. And I think that, like, the good that comes with all this is indicative of God's good because, yeah.
Because I don't feel like
you could come back at me with a question. I can try and get into it, but
Fisher, I just don't feel like so far you have given a cohesive thought.
Okay. I think my cohesive thoughts, if I may argue for the fact that I have cohesive thoughts, are that God is good because he grants us experience that establishes that God exists. So like if you're an atheist, you can get into that. But I think that the presence of good is the fact, the idea of presence is God. So presence is kind of synonymous with God. So the presence of good is that God is good.
First of all, presents are synonymous with Santa Claus, not God.
Yeah, maybe that's just my own theology.
Well, it's just, again, there wasn't any coherent thought in what you just said, right? The God existing does not inherently make him good, and him giving us experience doesn't inherently make him good. Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah, for example, like if someone like had a child, like if someone got pregnant and had a child, they're giving that child experience, right? But if they do that and then spend the rest of the kid's life torturing them, I wouldn't say it was good of them to give that child experience.
No, not at all. And there's a lot of people who are anti-natalist who think that granting anybody experience is bad off the rip. Just because life
we could just run
we
could just run antinatalism, and then like what's your like, yes, God gave us the ability to experience, and then we experience crushing suffering for our entire lives.
Yeah, there are people whose lives are more or less just suffering, so therefore you wouldn't say God was good for giving those people experience.
Well, okay, well now I'm just crumbling, right? I'm a biological creature who wants to impart life upon something else that does not exist yet, and I feel like this biological drive to do that. So I will go through any logical justification to make that work. even making up a god.
Then
what? Why do you need a god to create life? You
because
do that
life
with sperm.
is suffering, and there has to be something else outside of it that makes it okay.
That makes the suffering okay?
Or it could be that
why can't there
the good parts are good. Like,
yeah, why can't there be an internal justification? Why does there have to be an external justification?
Talk to the Catholics. I don't know.
I mean, the Catholics would say that God is not all good typically, right? The Catholics operate predominantly off of pre-Christ like biblical accounts, to where God is more of a fearful being, not this like divine being.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm at, where I think, well, I don't know if I completely coincide with the Catholics, but I think that, yeah, like God is bound by certain material laws, so he can't just make a world that's perfect.
What?
And maybe that's my argument.
I mean,
Wait,
even
so you're saying that? Sorry, Jovan.
yeah, go ahead,
This is really important. Do the laws, these material laws that God has to abide by, did he not create those laws?
N- uh, he picked those laws because there was probably, in my estimation, there was a large series of laws. So if you were to take like going back to Minecraft, like you start a world with a seed, which is like the numbers that the whole procedural generation goes off of to make the blocks and the shape of the world. So I think
So
that
you
God
don't think that
chose
God created
the
everything?
best of what we have,
I've never heard the
of
Minecraft
all the
defense.
This is the
different
best?
chances.
Wait, hold on. But this Fisher. Even if God created the seed and all of this nonsense, why did he let Moses take a bunch of children sex slaves? Seems like he could have
Yeah,
been like,
no.
nah, Moses, don't do that. But he
could have been
didn't.
like, nah, Moses, don't do that. But I think that of all the marbles he could have picked out of, this is literally the best one. Like, this is all we got. Like,
So he's not all
of all the
powerful
different
either
ways
then.
that this
You don't
world
believe
could
in
have
the Christian
gone,
God.
we're going
This
the
is,
best way because life is suffering.
bro, I hate to
Wait,
break it to you,
this
bro, but
doesn't
you're not
make sense.
Christian.
Wait. I'm sorry. Why? Okay. Do you think it was evil of God to allow Moses to take child sex slaves?
Absolutely. God
Do you
has been
think
evil.
anything God has done past then has absolved him of the evil of allowing Moses to take thousands, by the way, of child sex slaves?
No way. If you think about God, he's the archetypical father, right?
Then the Christian God is evil.
Dad has been evil, and
Okay, so then
you have to account for that.
then the Christian God is evil. I think any God that allows a group of people to take 16,000 child sex slaves, probably an evil God. Probably was always evil at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think you have to take the good with the bad. He was definitely evil, and he was good later, and that's all we got.
But wait,
So,
what good outweighs 16,000 child sex slaves? Children.
I cannot excuse or justify. I can't imagine anything that would outweigh that. Like, that's horrible.
So then what am I taking? I'm not taking any good with the bad. It's all bad.
Yeah, but I'm holding with two hands. I think that you're letting one hand outweigh one hand.
Yes,
And
I think the hand that
okay.
has
That's a fundamental
16,000
difference.
child sex slaves definitely outweighs anything that's on this hand. Not even close.
Well, there we
I'm
go.
just
It's
sort of
heavy.
this is just not the Christian God. Like, you don't believe that he's all good. You are acknowledging that he is, at least in your head, part evil. And you also
Well, then,
don't believe that he created everything. He's not all powerful
yeah.
because he has to abide by certain material laws. So this is not the Christian God.
Well, then maybe everybody else is going to call me a heretic, but I don't know. Like, I go to church. I think that religion's good for the community, but that's a whole separate topic.
Oh, I think the way that you're engaging with Christianity is probably much more productive than most Christians. But this is the God that you believe in is like a personal God to you. You don't believe in the typical Christian God.
I also think that like anybody can take Christianity and use it whatever way they want. That doesn't make what is or is not true about Christianity true or not true, right? Anybody could take Christianity and go and do nothing but good. It doesn't defeat the fact that the God that they worship allows for child sex slaves.
Well, Jovan, I wish you the best, and I'm gonna hang up now. So you have a good day.
Okay, you too.
How do you feel when people call you Jovan?
I've been called it my whole life, so I just sort of accept it.
Okay.
You know, at some point you just give up.
It's only
correcting people.
recently. Yeah, it's only recently, like especially since I've been on like TikTok debates and now in real life since I've moved to a city that people say catty a lot, and I'm still in the finding it irritating every time.
Catty doesn't even make sense.
It
Well,
doesn't. It confuses me because Katy Perry exists, so it's like there's
True.
quite a like well-known famous person who spells their name like this. So it's like what?
True.
Weird.
We are still waiting for a couple people to go through the screening process. We're still here debating, guys. No good reason to be MAGA. No good reason to be anti-abortion. No good reason to be anti-LGBTQIA+. No good reason to believe the Christian God is good and trans men and women are men and women. Come debate us on any of these topics. You've got a couple of blue-haired liberal soy boy cucks here ready. But I think what I've learned and what I always consistently learn is that you conservatives are capital P scared. I'm not capital P scared. I'm capital C courageous. Yes, courageous is spelled with a C. I had to think about that for a second.
It took me a second to get that joke.
All right. We've got our
I like
next
it,
guest. Next up is John. John, as well, is a Christian who is going to tell us that there are good reasons that the Christian God is good. Now, I hope John has one that outweighs 16,000 child sex slaves, but we will find out. John, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
He, him, and I'm 45 years old, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to come onto your show.
No problem, John. Now, you think the Christian God is good, is that correct?
Oh my goodness, yes. And I would love to, expand upon that if I could.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
So there are, were there some trials and tribulations in the Old Testament. When we lived in sin and before Jesus gave his life, for all of us, so that we could be washed and cleansed, and then no longer would, sacrifices be needed. Or, sometimes you hear about the stories, of Abraham and, taking him, commanding him to kill his child and whatnot. And at the last moment, the angel stayed his hand. And I've got to tell you, I hear that story and it makes my skin crawl, because I was like, how could anyone live during that time? How could anyone praise someone who, I have a son. I have an only son. I only have one child. And I would literally watch the whole world extinguish before I ever harmed him. And I hear these stories and it just doesn't make any sense to me. And the reason it doesn't make any sense to me is because I live in grace now. We've lived through the persecution and the crucifixion of Jesus. And those things, yeah, they're terrible. I understand. I get it. But there's a difference between Old Testament and New Testament. And the world was surrendered to Satan, and that's why you'll see bad things happen to good people. And everyone looks up into the heavens and they gnash their teeth and they clench their hands. I was a combat medic in the Army, and I too have experienced this. Why did this child, suffer this injury? Why are you allowing this to happen?
John, really quickly, you acknowledge the bad of the Old Testament. What did God do between Old Testament and New Testament to make up for the fact that he allowed Moses to take 16,000 child sex slaves?
Roger that. So that specific part, the 16,000 sex slaves,
Child sex
unsure of
slaves.
exactly. Say again.
Child sex slaves.
Oh, child sex slaves. Putting an even finer point on an uncomfortable situation as far as the Old Testament and some of the things. It's very hard to defend that. And then you step into the other side to where you sacrifice your child. And I can't tell you that even comes close, if you're looking at numbers, to allowing that type of atrocity to occur. But then I also pivot back to just me as a man and as a person and as a father, and what it would mean. Literally, I couldn't imagine a situation to where I would sacrifice my child.
But I'm
And
not
that's
even.
what-
But wait. I'm just asking. Like you said, there's a difference between Old Testament God and New Testament God, and the
Yeah.
Old Testament and the New Testament.
Well,
What did he
God
do
sacrificed
between?
his son, Jesus.
Yeah, but how does that absolve him? How does that make up for him allowing Moses to genocide an entire group of people and then take the child virgins as sexual slaves for the Israelites?
Oh, yes. Like I had said, it would be very difficult to to justify Old Testament mentalities. They were sacrificing animals and doing stuff like that, and that doesn't jive with the New Testament. It doesn't make any sense to the individuals now, and it's hard to opine upon exactly.
But I'm not talking about
why.
what the people in the Old Testament were doing. I'm talking about what God did and what God allowed. Because when Moses
truly.
and the priest came to God after taking all of the child's sex slaves, God didn't say, let them go. He said, count them and then divvy them up amongst your men and give a bunch of them to the priests.
Yeah, old like I said, Old Testament stuff. I feel as
Is
though
he not the same God, though?
I would say that it is the same God because of the sacrifice of his son. So that's an interesting question as to exactly what was the difference between Old Testament God and New Testament God besides him sacrificing his son for the sins of mankind.
So
You know,
one, I don't
what
believe
changed
Jesus.
his mind and what
Really quickly,
Say
I don't
again.
believe Jesus was the Messiah. I don't believe Jesus actually absolved anyone of their sins because I don't believe that he was the Messiah of Messianic prophecy. And two, when it comes to God's sacrifice of Jesus, seems kind of weird that we're saying this made God good when God could have absolved us of our sins without torturing his only son. Kind of seems weird that, like, in order to absolve us of a sin that he gave us, he tortured a man to do so when all he had to do was snap his fingers and our sin was gone.
Yeah, but what does that when anything is just given by a snap of the fingers, do you actually hold value to it?
Yes.
I'm not saying that no.
Yeah.
No. I would I'm sorry. Potentially yes, people will assign a value. But would it be as deep of a value if it's given or if it's earned, right? And so I think when he put his son on the earth, Jesus, and he walked and he preached and he brought his word and he gathered his disciples and he spread the message, I think that was all part
How
and parcel
did
of the
we
book.
earn sin absolvement, though? We didn't do anything to earn sin absolvement.
Say again?
How did we as people earn sin absolvement? We didn't change our ways from Old to New Testament. We still do a lot of the same things, like humans as a whole. So, like, how did we earn sin absolvement? What did we didn't do anything. Jesus did everything.
Oh, I think a path was laid in front of us. What occurred. The path to ruin is wide and straight and easy to walk. The path to righteousness is windy and it's treacherous, and there's pitfalls everywhere to where you can fall upon adultery, you can fall upon drug usage, drinking to excess. It's when you don't. It's when you deny yourself, when those pitfalls come up and you stop yourself from doing it because you're strong in the Lord and you're strong in your faith.
So Moses was not strong in the Lord then? Like the prophet Moses would not have been strong in the Lord?
Well, not only Moses, but Solomon. I mean, there's all kinds of biblical figures that shined in the Lord's eyes, in God's eyes, but as a man looking at them, you see, I mean, Solomon sent off his rival's husband, or sent off this dude so that he could get with the wife. I'm sorry, I don't know all of the names, but he was doing some nasty, nefarious shit. But he kept himself in constant prayer and threw himself on the. I kind of look at that and I go, okay, I think after a couple of times of that, I would say I don't really believe you anymore, because I feel like you're kind of taking advantage of that. I don't know a lot about how I feel about that story. But anyway.
Do you think Moses is in heaven?
I feel that if you truly do come.
John,
huh?
Do you think Moses is in heaven right now?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I remember hearing the story of Moses, getting drunk as shit and being naked in front of his kids and stuff like that. And I thought back on that, and I was like, and what a POS, right? That's the stories we hear. But I also think that potentially there's room for individuals to redeem themselves, even doing atrocities.
So do you think he's in heaven?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean,
okay. So then, just so that I'm confirmed, in all good, if you think he's in heaven, that's fine. In all good God, or a good God, allowed someone who took 16,000 childhood sex slaves and let that person go to heaven to experience paradise for all eternity. Now, if I, for instance, who have never taken 16,000 childhood sex slaves, if I die and don't believe in God, where would I go?
What the hell?
So
that's
it is for me to believe. No, sure, but it's for me to believe that this good God allows someone that took 16,000 childhood sex slaves to go to heaven while throwing me to hell who has never taken a child sex slave. Just because I don't believe in him.
Well, damn. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. If you're comparing, apples to apples, and one person is told by God to take on these. So I'm trying to remember the part where he was requested to take. I'm sorry, I'm reading in my Bible right now. Sex slaves.
Yes, if you were interested in the sex slaves, Numbers 31.
Were they referred to as sex slaves, though?
They were. So what happens is in Numbers, they kill the Midianite people. Moses says to slaughter everything breathing, and the Israeli men come back and they say, Moses, we killed everyone. And Moses goes, well, did you kill the women? And they go, well, no. And he's like, go back, kill all the women that have lied with men. But in the specific, the Hebrew, he says any child virgins is the translation in Hebrew, but some of the modern translations translated to woman, but he specifically says the young girls, the virgins, take for yourselves. That's sex slavery. If you're taking virgins to use for yourself and they didn't want to be taken and you use them how you want to use them, that's sex slavery. And then God says, he says to Moses and Eliezer, I think it's how you pronounce it, Eliezer, who's the priest. He says, hey, did they come back with these people? And Moses is like, yeah. And he's like, okay, cool. Count them and then split them up amongst the men and give the priest this many. And after they counted them all, they counted, technically, I actually gave a wrong number. 32,000 is the sex slave number. 16,000 of those was given to the priest, 16,000 were given to the priests, and then 16,000 were split amongst all of the men. God tells Moses to do this.
Well, so you do realize the Midianites were leading the Israelites into idolatry, right? So they were like. So
that means that it was okay for them to. That means that it was okay for them. So that means it was okay for them to take 16,000, 32,000 technically, childhood sexual slaves.
I mean, this was Old Testament shit was done differently back then.
These were children.
And like you keep specifying sex slaves, and that is not.
What else would they be?
I don't think 100% correct.
What?
Because it's saying take every girl who has never slept with a man, was
And
not
take them
a
for
directive to
yourself.
create sex slaves,
Take
but an
them for
allowance for
what does
captive
take
women
them
to be
for
taken as wives
yourself
or servants.
mean? Wait, what? Okay,
Say
so
again?
wait. So they captured women and made those women become their wives. What did they do with them after making them become their wives? Do you think they never consummated the marriage?
Oh no, I'm sure that occurred, but
So that's sex
what's the
slavery.
alternative? I mean, you got to realize this is back in the day when
I'm sure a bunch of them would have rather been killed.
I'm sure that a bunch of them did take that path. You know,
No,
because
well, it says the Bible claims that 32,000 of them became property of
that's
the
32,000 that were counted. You know,
Uh-huh.
I'm sure, like I said, you know, maybe potentially we're focusing on the wrong part of that, but
The wrong part?
It's
I think it's the most important part.
no. As far as whether some took their lives rather than being counted, it's the fact of the matter is that you're saying, and I'm agreeing, that having 16,000, 32,000, however many thousand slaves of any kind is a no-go, especially in our day and age. But back then it was different. Things were different, and I do not condone it at all. I'm not saying.
So you're telling me
that was
God
right
God
to demand.
changed. So you're saying God changed. God used to be like, nah, guys, slavery is cool, and now God is like, it's not cool anymore.
You know, I don't know his views on that. Nor could anyone.
The Bible
know
does.
God's
And the Bible
mind.
claims God is a never-changing being. He's a constant. He doesn't change his mind. His mind is always his morals would always be the same. But now what I'm hearing is that God used to let sex slaves show up, and now he doesn't like when people have sex slaves.
You saying sex slaves, man. And I get it that sex would occur after marriage, but it's
John.
I truly believe after traveling the world like I have. Well, hold on. Let me just say this one thing, and then yes, please roast me. But after traveling the world as I have in my life through the multiple branches that I've been in, it's you see things that don't make sense to your mind now, and nor will it ever, nor is that okay especially if you're using the term sex slave. I am not agreeing with that at all in any form or fashion. But to try to put ourselves in the position of people back in biblical days, BC, it's just
okay. Let me put myself
us.
in a position of someone back then. I was an Israelite. I was enslaved by the Egyptian people. I know what slavery feels like. I know what it's like to be a slave. Yeah, I'm probably not going to want to own slaves. Seems weird that a group of people that were slaves and know how bad slavery was are now just like, cool, our turn.
Yeah, well, potentially. I mean, and hey, this is not going to be popular, but this is. I'm trying to break it down to like binary, like zeros and ones. Like, why would that? Maybe we're talking about some type of population need. Maybe there was some need for an increase in population, so you needed females.
So they needed to take the children, the child virgins that they took.
Well, hold on. Where are we getting child from?
Because almost every translation is child, and the word in the original Hebrew text is young woman, young girl, and they were virgins.
Young woman and child are two very different things, man.
I'm sorry.
I'm not down with
the
like,
age.
any of
The
that
average
child
age.
shit.
The average age of motherhood back then was like 14, 15.
Well, yeah, it was a very.
So if they were virgins and that was the average age of motherhood, what age do you think they could have been?
Yes, but if the average age of motherhood back then was 14 to 15, then I would argue that would be a full-grown woman in their eyes back then, because they were having children at that age. But now,
they were
if
children.
we talk about 14. Say again.
But they were children. If the average age of motherhood was like 15, 16,
I
that means
agree.
that
I'm not arguing that.
okay, but that
14
means
is
that
not
the people that they were taking and sleeping with were children, whether they believed them to be children or not. We know that they were. So they took 16,000 children, 32,000 for 16 for the priest, 16 for them, and they made those virgin children their wives against their will and had sex with them against their will, they weren't allowed to leave. They weren't allowed to not be their wives. So they were sex slaves.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it through that kind of black and white, then it's really hard to argue. You know, if someone can't leave and they're forced to marry, even though they had to go through a ritual, and I think it was like shaving of their head and different stuff like that. Do I understand why that was, you know, requested? No, I don't. But do I still believe that God is a merciful God and a loving God? Yes, I do. And I mean, to compare, you know, stuff that occurred in Old Testament, our minds can't wrap around that shit. And
Yes, I can.
I wouldn't.
I can wrap around it very easily. The way we wrap our minds around it is God is not good. He is evil. He loves to cause human suffering unless you're his people, which are the Israelites. Everybody else he could give a shit about.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, I think this is
that's unfortunate, my
a
friend.
thing that people do. People tend to do this when they get to this point in a conversation about Christianity, is where they start humanizing God, like quite a lot. We're like trying to give him this grace of like, oh, that was so long ago. He learned, he changed, he adapted, he became better. But that's you're giving God human characteristics when it excuses him from something. But when we give ourselves
truly.
what you consider like godlike characteristics, and you say, oh, we just can't comprehend things, you're taking away his humanity when it doesn't benefit the
No,
perspective,
man,
right?
that's a very good point. That's a very good point, because of us being human, we try to put things into a human box. That's kind of why it's really difficult to try to opine upon why, or hypothesize why, you know, he gave that order when it seems so just terrible to us. Yet it's one of the
that's the thing. Hold on, I need to know,
Christian
is
pillars.
he can't. This is what I'm getting at, though, is you need to decide, is God so human-like that we have to give him grace for time to learn, or is he so godlike that he is all-knowing and should have fucking known better already, and actually we can't excuse it? Right? Which is it?
Or is there a third, that it's God and his plan is so massive and crazy that there's no way that we could possibly see a kernel of it, let alone truly understand its mission or its purpose?
That would be option two. That would be option two. That would be you saying he is this godlike, he is this hugely powerful being, blah blah blah. Therefore, why are we giving him humanity when it comes to inhuman crimes?
Oh,
But
yeah.
I also just like, there does not exist in my mind a universe in which 32,000 child sex slaves benefit or go towards some type of plan. What plan? What plan makes this? Oh, no plan makes this okay. Right? There's zero plans where this becomes okay. Now, if it's a fucked up plan, that would make sense. But it's not good by any measure. And I don't think a single thing God could potentially do has absolved him of this. Maybe if God showed up tomorrow and was like, I'm curing cancer. Boom, no more cancer. Boom, no more HIV. Boom, humans live 500 years. Boom, no more pain and suffering. Maybe you're getting close. But 32,000 child sex slaves is another level of fucked up. I don't know what you could possibly do to like make amends for that.
Yeah. I mean,
Or if he had just said to
I hear
Moses,
what you're
John,
saying.
real quick, he could have just said to Moses when Moses showed up, hey, let those children go. They're kids. Let them go. You don't need to make them. Or he could have also not had Moses kill all of the babies of the Midianite clan. Like, you got to remember, all the baby boys were killed. Babies. They slaughtered women. They slaughtered pregnant women. They slaughtered babies. They slaughtered everybody except for the virgins. And the only reason to keep the virgins is because you want to fuck them yourselves. There's no other reason to keep just the virgins. Just the
Well,
virgin girls. Let me rephrase.
I feel like you're falling into the same trap that I did. You're giving him human emotions and human characteristics. Wait. What a human would do.
No, I think that's what a good being would do. If he claims to be good and goodness is his thing, he should abide by goodness. I think goodness is not killing a bunch of babies.
The only reason that would happen was to fuck them, right? And I said, well, hold on. You're giving a human characteristic or a human trait.
Well, yes, because God wasn't the one that took the virgins. God just said they... Wait. God wasn't the one that took the virgins. So yes, I'm giving the human trait of fucking them to the humans that took them. God just told them that they could take them.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I don't know what... And you're right, chat. Chat is right. They didn't fuck them. They raped them. Let's be honest here. Those like if you rip, because you have to think about it. You have a virgin 8-year-old. They were becoming somebody's wife. Now what? Well, it would have been every age. It would have been every age from 0 until they fucked that they kept.
It's Jesus Christ. Or goodness gracious. Excuse me, Lord.
Yeah, the Bible's fucked up. The Bible is really fucked up. God did a lot of fucked up shit in it. And when you actually look at the shit he did, it's like, oh shit, this dude might be evil.
Yeah, man, I wish my father-in-law was here because he's a preacher and he can really talk deep into the Old Testament stuff. Man, you guys would have a freaking field day. That would have been something to eat some popcorn to. But I mean, I truly. The difference between living, before grace and after grace, I can't exactly figure out why. That just sounds terrible. But I can imagine that wars and stuff back then used to be like scorched earth,
But it wasn't even a war; it was a genocide.
Killed and
like you got to think when it comes to the Midianite people, that wasn't a war. God told Moses to wipe out an entire group of people. That's a genocide.
Well, because they were praying to those iron idols and stuff, right? I mean,
why didn't he have them wipe out the Romans?
You're not supposed to do that.
Why didn't he have them wipe out the Romans or the Egyptians? The Egyptians had false idols, according to the Christian belief. They existed at the exact same time. He didn't have them wipe out the Egyptians.
I mean, they were praying.
He didn't have them wipe out the Romans. Why was it the Midianites specifically?
I don't know. I mean, I truly don't know. Like why? I just know why it was written.
You want to know
that occurred to them.
I know the real reason. You want to know the real reason?
Sure.
It's because the Israelites committed a genocide back then, and they just wanted an excuse, so they wrote it into a holy text that God commanded them to do it. When in actuality, it's just them writing away an excuse for them committing a genocide. Seems kind of telling, don't it?
Huh.
It's all just post hoc justification.
The truth is, I mean, what is the truth? It's who gets to write the history of it, right? And so I can't argue that point. Like that's a very human reaction. And if somebody did something terrible and they're trying to, wash themselves of that, then I could see how they would write it down like that. Well, holy shit, man. I feel like my brain just had a baby.
It's almost like the Bible is written by a bunch of men to justify a shit a bunch of men had been doing and try to make people think it was religious reasons.
Oh my God. Holy shit.
Is this really the first time you've ever thought of that?
Dude, I've just always just done the motions. I guess I never really looked at things through a different lens. When you surround yourself with people of the like mind, then you're never actually challenged or asked to think about something. And embarrassingly enough, I didn't have the introspect to kind of have these thoughts myself. It's just you go to church, you do.
But look at how, and I'll operate right now under this being good faith. But look at how just look at how the entirety of the Old Testament makes sense if you just operate under the belief that it was not written by any religious doctrine, but it was just written to explain away. I mean, half of the stuff, like when we look at Levitical law, half of Levitical law makes way more sense if you just understand it's the Israelites writing their laws into a religious text so their laws can't be questioned.
Which describes the duties. Okay. Leviticus.
Yeah, Levitical laws, such as God telling Moses to tell the Israelites they can own slaves.
Yeah. Purity laws. Well, yeah, but once again, it's all, yeah, you're right. I mean, but see, my brain immediately started saying, well, that's Old Testament. That's Old Testament. And that's a knee-jerk reaction to that.
New isn't much better, but here's the thing. Like, we could get into the New Testament. The New Testament, my issues are more with how the New Testament is phony baloney and was written by a bunch of anonymous people who made a bunch of shit up. We could get into like the actual history of the written New Testament, but that will be here all day. But like, I don't vibe with the New Testament because it was all written by anonymous people who contradict each other and made a whole litany of things up that aren't real.
I'm sorry, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Trade. A litany of stuff that isn't real. Is that what the
Yeah. I mean, just a brief example. The way the New Testament, what people usually refer to they're going to refer to the Gospels as well as the letters of Paul. In the Gospels, all of the authors of the Gospels are anonymous. Mark, Matthew, John, and Luke. They're all anonymous. Specifically, I think it's Mark even was like, yeah, I've never met Jesus. They were all written 40 years post Jesus's death. And they contradict each other, especially when it comes to things like, for example, they contradict themselves on when Jesus was born. They contradict each other on the miracles he did. They contradict each other on how the resurrection happened. So when I look at the New Testament, I'm just like, this is very clearly incoherent. And so I'm just not going to believe this exists at all.
Huh. So what do you believe?
Well, I'm an atheist. I don't have any beliefs on
in any type of higher power.
I don't believe spirituality exists. Katie might be different, but me specifically, I don't believe spirituality exists. Period.
So, okay.
You're muted, Katie. Katie, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm a spiritual person, but I don't believe in a god.
Okay. Well, that makes
I think that you can find, I
mean,
think
I
that
just-
like the idea of God is literally just for people to find meaning, and I think that you can find meaning in anything. So that's the kind of I would relate more to things like Buddhism or other like there's a lot of spiritual people that you could point to, but it's all about just spirituality and maybe a soul, but never a god.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's definitely something out there. I think that everybody can have that story about something that's occurred to them that was, supernatural.
I think the human brain is this magnificent tool that when you cannot explain something, it will make up any justification for that thing. And I think oftentimes what we consider spirituality or the paranormal, because I consider Bible stuff to be paranormal, right? It is asking me to believe in magical things. For instance, it's like, well, Jesus healed the sick. I doubt it. Not any more than like modern medicine. It's like Jesus healed lepers. We've cured leprosy almost entirely, right? Like, like there can be any number of like, let's say like Jesus exists and Jesus like cured someone who's blind. There can be any number of reasons for why these things happened, right? There can be any number of reasons why the supernatural exists, but I think the human brain will come up with any reason it can to explain the unexplainable, and religion has been one of the largest ways we do that. But I look at religion the same way I look at belief in ghosts. Unless there is some hard evidence presented in front of me, I'm not going to believe it. I'm a skeptic in like basically every realm that there is skepticism. I've done Bloody Mary 1,000 times. Ain't nobody come out my mirror. I promise you, I would sleep in the same room. I would sleep in the same room as the Annabelle doll, and I promise you nothing will happen.
Oh no, hell
I promise
no,
you
dude.
nothing will happen.
Oh, I'd love
And
to see that.
if I ever find a real sleep in this haunted house, win $1 million, I'll move in. First of all, a ghost ain't beating me when it come to rent. You pay the rent or I'm gonna beat your ass. I don't care if you a ghost or not. But for me, because I have seen no evidence for any of these things, none, I'm more likely to believe that, like, for instance, like, let's take Paul. The story of Paul in the Bible. Paul was this person who was persecuting Christians. Like, Paul was going after and killing Christians. And so Paul gets into the desert. He doesn't have enough food and water. He gets delirious, and he has this out-of-body experience where he sees Jesus.
On his, trip to Damascus.
Yeah, and so he sees Jesus and does a 180 because he was delirious. And as he was dying, his brain tries to look at his life and goes, oh, I fucked up. I did all these shitty things. And it's like, here's how, if you make it out of this, you can be a better person. That's all that probably happened. In my opinion, he just got delirious in the desert.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy. It's very easy to write things off to just delirium, mass hysteria, mass hallucination. But to me, looking around me at the universe that's around us, black holes, neutron stars, pulsars, like all this crazy shit, and to think that there's not dimensions that we don't see, that we're not perceiving, and potentially, ghosts, I'm holding up air quotes, ghosts and paranormal and supernatural things that occur, maybe, things that we're witnessing. What was that old quote? It's when technology is sufficiently advanced, it's no different than magic. But, maybe it's not technology as a mechanical form, but just technology as in an advanced science, an advanced thing that's happening around us that we don't understand because we live in this little third dimension.
This is exactly the kind of thing that I believe in. That's what. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I would believe in. But I implore you to explore that more than the concept of a god. I think that what people are looking for in, like, the Christian God, you can find through a spiritual practice that doesn't necessarily involve any concept of magic or really even paranormal stuff. It's just
kind of understanding that the world and the environment around us could be broader and deeper than we imagine, and it has nothing to do with spirituality.
Exactly. It's we can acknowledge that we might not know how the world works. Like, we know how the world works from our perception. That doesn't necessarily cover every single basis, and that can lead to a lot of beliefs about anything. You can find meaning in a lot of things from that. And I think that it's a much nicer and more realistic belief to have than in the Christian God, because he's an asshole, to be honest.
That being said, John, we are pushing almost 40 minutes, so I do got to go to let some of the other people call in. If you'd like to call back in later this week, and we can have a conversation about the New Testament if you want to. If you want to call it another time, I'm more than happy to deconstruct the Old Testament time and time again.
Well, it was a pleasure speaking with y'all, and thank you for giving me the time.
Absolutely, John. You have a good rest of your day, and be well.
Roger that. You too.
Did we just witness live deconstruction?
I sort of was baffled to, because most of the people that are in something that they get to like an age like 45 where they are still heavily believing in this thing and they've never heard that perspective, like it was just people trying to control people, like you don't think that they're gonna take it on when they hear it the first time, right?
Well, I just like how we got there in the end, but eventually I'm just like, He's just like, yeah, I don't think I can justify the shit God did. So maybe there's another reason why it happened. Let me get water and go tinky in the potty. Katie, entertain the chat for like 5 minutes maximum.
5 minutes maximum? Oof. Okay.
I'll be able to still hear you, by the way.
Looking. Oh, okay. I was gonna roast you for what you just said. Like, why do men have to say things like going to the bathroom? Or literally anything in the most absurd and embarrassing way possible. I'm assuming that it's Twitch comments that I can see where I am, but I actually have no idea, so I'm gonna go and look at YouTube comments real quick on my phone. What's up, chat? I can't see half of the comments, so that's helpful. Oh, don't ask about the cat. You're not gonna be happy to find out where the cat is, not gonna lie. What is happening? I'm saying someone said, Katie, my hair is on fire. Do I need to put it out with gasoline? What's going on? I've been gone for a long time. So Jovan has taken off and is obviously like super famous now. And I don't know who anyone is. I used to know people here. Would you look into changing alliance with to relates to? I think relates to is going to be too vague language, and I think that it's going to get used incorrectly, and it's going to result in just some pettiness around the definition. If people aren't willing to hear your in-depth explanation of what that definition means, then there's no point in having the conversation with them, because this is what I was talking about earlier with people who learn the gender debate. Like, they learn the argument, but they don't actually learn anything to do with the psychology, sociology, anything else. You're not doing anyone a favor by learning just the argument.
All right, before we continue, I just want to shout out some of the shout outs we got to do. First of all, over on Twitch, Chips1313, thank you for subscribing with Amazon Prime for your 8th month. Hitman Fam 14, thank you for subscribing with your Amazon Prime. Frostimus, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Vague Melody, thank you for subscribing with your Amazon Prime. Remember, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free Prime sub once a month on Twitch. Consider using it for me. Shout out to our super chatters over on Twitch. Over on YouTube. I will read all the super chats at the end of streams. So keep those super chats coming if you want them to be read out loud at the end of stream. Shout out if you're watching on Instagram. Shout out if you're watching on Facebook. Shout out if you're watching on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to support the stream and you don't want to super chat, gift a sub, whatever, you can always tip. My Cash App and Venmo are on the screen. Tips are always appreciated, never required. Tips go right back into our call-in studio, which is our call-in line program. So they all go into that. We're going to bring up our next guest. Katie, are you ready?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay. Next up, coming to the show, we have Brian. Brian does not think trans men and women are men and women. And he actually thinks that if we drop the trans part, we wouldn't have to deal with transphobia. So we're going to bring Brian up and see. Brian, can you provide me your age and pronouns, please?
Hey, Jovan. My age is 42. My pronouns are he, him.
Okay, now, Brian, you don't believe trans men and women are men and women. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, can I ask you why?
Well, when you think about it fundamentally, a person who's transitioning from one person to the other gender, they're always going to be a person who's transitioned. Not only that, but if you're actually dropping that completely, then you're also saying that they're even genetically men and women, which we all know isn't actually true.
Okay, go ahead, Katie. Respond to that.
Just like you said for the last guy, we make a lot of mental justifications and shit for things that we do, and I believe that that's just an attempt of persons' perceptions of themselves trying to become a reality.
Okay, Katie, your response to that?
Sorry, what do you think transgender means?
Transgender is a person switching from one gender to a completely different gender, or an attempt to.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
But we haven't successfully been able to get a person to actually switch a gender until we can find out a way to genetically recode a person.
Well, we have to start at the
No.
very beginning here. Brian, what do you think gender is?
Gender is basically a personal perception of themselves and their personality.
You're so close. Like the first half of that is like a 10 out of 10 way to describe gender. The second half of that, not so much. Go ahead, Katie.
So you just gave that that definition of gender. That doesn't seem like that's what you actually believe gender to be, though. It seems like you think gender and sex are the same thing.
Not necessarily. I believe that gender is a state of mind that a person has, like curiosity, if anything, or a feeling. Kind of like a person who doesn't know whether they're not gay, straight, or even bisexual. Like not necessarily in the way of sexual intercourse or the attempt, but like affiliations.
Right. You need to say something and then stop. If gender is just a state of mind or a feeling, then mind states and feelings can change.
Yes, they can. Just like some people have transition regret.
So you think that gender is something that... Hold on. Follow your own logic here.
Okay.
You think that gender is something that a person can change.
You're talking about the mentality of it all, or are you talking about like your version of gender?
That's what you told me gender is. You told me that.
Yes.
Hold on. We asked you what gender was.
Person can change their gender.
Brian.
Okay.
Right. We asked you what gender was. You have only given us it is personality, mental states, feelings. All of these things would be to do with the mentality of it. So if you want to talk about something outside of the mentality of it, then you have to tell me that gender isn't something that is mental. Is it or is it not?
Gender is mental.
Okay. So can it be changed?
Yeah. It can change almost all the time.
So trans men are men?
No.
But you said that they weren't men because they can't change their gender.
Would mean that you've changed your sex.
I would disagree.
Man is not a sex term, though, Brian. Man is a gender term.
No, it's an actual sex term.
Okay, wait.
Oh.
Wait. If man is a sex term, then what is male?
Mm-hmm. Also a different form or word of man.
So man and male they mean the exact same thing.
Yeah, we've got a lot of words like that.
So just confirming, are all males men?
Yeah.
Are you sure you want to stick with that answer?
Yeah.
Okay. In the other room,
adult sense.
In the other room, I have a man who is sitting on his cutie little bed with his scrunched up nose and floppy ears. That man is a man, is what you're telling me.
In the human sense, yes. That's exactly what I mean.
Hold on.
Male,
I didn't ask you about a distinction. Hold on, Brian. I didn't ask you a distinction.
Yeah.
I said, are all males men? And you said yes.
Yeah.
So that would make every single male animal a man.
No.
If all males are men, then how would it not, Brian?
Mm-hmm. Because you're talking about a very specific definition of things, right?
I'm sorry. No,
Like-
I'm talking about what you said.
I mean, like you're trying to like pull out like a gotcha thing.
No,
I'm talking
Brian,
about humans.
Brian, I'm just using
I'm only
your
talking about
own
humans.
words.
You're
Okay,
talking about
so wait,
animals.
wait,
in
only
general.
humans. So you're saying only humans can be men?
No. I'm only referring to just humans.
Can
I don't know what the hell's
non-humans
going on in the minds of animals.
can non-human animals be men?
No, they're not human.
Why does being a man need to involve you being human?
Because that's literally where the word has come from the origins and everything like that.
I know I know what the definition
men
is.
and
I'm
women.
asking you to logically think about why the definition is this way.
Because it was an attempt to actually further and properly define words or shorten an understanding of what it is that we mean. Kind of like, that way we don't screw ourselves over on definitions or what we're trying to say or convey.
Can
Kinda
you
like the
say?
whole, like,
Can you be
gin
coherent?
situation.
Can we just? Sorry, you need to be coherent and like be straight to the point. Is sex and gender the same thing?
No.
What's the difference?
Well, sex is the actual physiology of a person. Gender is the mentality of a person.
Then how can
Okay,
someone
so
biologically be a man?
If you were to genetically recode the body,
You said gender is the mind, not the genetics.
right.
I
when
think he
you're
just
saying
doesn't.
trans
He doesn't
woman
understand how
and
definitions
trans
work.
man, what's that?
He doesn't know how definitions work, Jovan.
Brian,
Do you
what
think
is
the
it? What is
definitions are
the-
fixed forever?
What are the gendered words? Like if I was to talk about gender in humans, how would I categorize humans on a gender level? What categories might I put them into?
Chaotic. Like literally just chaotic. It's
So the
a full
categories
mess of
are
people with a lot of
chaotic.
genders.
Yeah, what are some of those categories that I would put them into?
Male, female, two-spirited animal,
I'm sorry.
so on.
I'm sorry. Brian, I don't know if this is on purpose, but male and female are not words specific to humans. So if I'm
I know.
categorizing humans specifically by
Well,
gender,
we do have furries.
I can't take this man seriously, Jovan, because like I don't.
what?
I can't take this man seriously.
Brian, can you provide me a coherent definition for the word man and then a coherent definition for the word male?
Man is the male version of a human. Male defines the sex of a species.
Great. Now, why, if we're talking about the male version of a human, why does it have to be human?
Because dogs aren't men and women.
Why not? Could it be because man and women are gendered terms?
No, it's more specific. When you start to refer to man and women, you know that they're talking about humans, not animals.
We know that, okay, I'm just going to lay it out for you. The reason we know they're talking about humans is because men and women are the way that we've categorized ourselves socially. They're social categories that we've given ourselves that exist outside of the animal kingdom because they're social. Okay?
Well, like, let's put it this way. You've got 12,000 males charging at a castle. Is it humans, horses, bears, or what?
If you just said there were 12,000 males, it could be anything. Because male is a biological term related to reproduction, whereas gender is a social term related to the way that we categorize humans.
But if you were to say 12,000 men, you would know that it's humans.
Brian, are you listening to what we're saying, or are you just waiting to respond?
Do you think you're
No,
teaching
I'm
us something
listening
right
to what
now?
you're saying.
No, you're not, because I just said what you said, and then you repeated what I said in a shorter way to act like you were stating a fact for the first time.
Like you've said nothing to us that we don't know already, right? But what we're confused
Hmm.
about is why you think that male has to equal man.
No, I was referring to male and man because we were talking about humans.
Okay, yeah, we're talking about humans. Let's keep talking about humans for a second. Can a
Yeah.
male human be a woman?
No,
Why not?
because that's not the genetic code of that person. There's no potential or possibility of that person being an actual woman.
What genetic code?
The genetic code that actually helps fertilize in a very specific way that nature had intended based on the way that we are formed genetically.
Okay, and what genetics is that? Could you tell me?
That would be the chromosomes.
Which ones?
The XY and XX chromosomes.
Right. Okay. Awesome. Jovan, we might get somewhere. He won't understand where we are, but we'll know. So XX chromosomes, would you say that is the necessary characteristic to being a woman?
Yes, to being a normal
Okay.
average woman, or at least the start of a
Oh.
potential average.
I don't, hold on, you just said a lot of words that I don't care about. I don't care about normal, I don't care about average. XX, is
Potential.
this necessary to be a woman?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So why do XX males exist?
They don't.
They do.
They do. It's just like
No.
XY females exist. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called
Yeah.
De La
sorry, they
Chapelle
do.
syndrome, where someone can have XX chromosomes and develops penis and testes, and are, categorically put into the male
Those are
category,
usually
intersex male to be
XXY.
specific.
Nope.
Nope.
No, so
XX is De La Chapelle syndrome.
just to give you some biological information here, Brian, the reason why the Y chromosome tends to create male specific sexual features is because of the SRY gene that expresses itself on that chromosome. The SRY gene can and does sometimes express itself on the X chromosome, thus creating somebody who is male with XX chromosomes. Just like sometimes the SRY gene doesn't express itself on the Y chromosome and can create somebody who's female with XY chromosome pairings.
So then something definitely messed up on the genetics.
Nope,
Genetics
nothing's
don't mess
messed up.
because genetics don't have an order. That's not how genetics work. There's no mess up. There just is.
There usually is.
There's not. That's not how biology
There
works.
is an intention. There is an intention in biology, right? There is an intention that would necessitate some kind of god or designer.
Not necessarily. No God intention.
Where is the intention? Where is the intention coming from then?
Literally just from the start of the cells actually starting to form.
Do you know what intention is?
Starting to form.
Intention would, hold on, Brian, you're not making any sense. Intention would require some kind of forethought, which would require thought, which would require consciousness. So a single cell does not have an intention to do anything.
I mean, there is evolution in cells. I mean, that's why we have different
Evolution is not intention. Evolution is not intention. These words
Evolution
do not mean the
is
same
literally
thing.
the opposite of intention.
Usually intention and survival.
There is zero intention in
There
evolution.
is no intention.
Yeah.
No.
What does intention mean, Brian? Sorry, I'm thinking of the last guys.
I do that all the time.
It means that once you have yourself a blueprint of XX chromosome, the intention would be that that person is going to come out.
That's not how you
Female,
can't use
or
the.
at least-
I'm asking you, what intention? What does that mean? What does it mean to have an intention?
It means that something is supposed to go a very specific way or lean in a certain
According
direction.
to what? According to what?
According to nature itself.
No. It would be according to a mind. To have an intention, there has to be a mind. Intention is a conscious process. If you are not an agent, like an agent of behavior, you cannot have an intention.
No, cells can also act that very specific way. I mean,
Can it-
there's a fungus
can a
that
rock-
literally
sorry,
tries to
can-
find the shortest path.
Can
It
a
intends
rock
to-
have an intention?
By what standards?
By your standards, bro.
No, you don't.
Can
need
a rock
mind to
have an
an
intention? Yes, you do.
No.
Then answer my question.
You
Can a
don't
rock
need
have an
a mind
intention?
for intention.
Yes, you do.
Answer
dude.
the question. Answer the question. Can a rock have intention?
Yes,
How?
by creating crystalline forms.
What?
Yes, minerals generate
No!
in very crystalline forms.
Do those wait. Do those crystalline forms generate in a way that they were like? Do they intend to generate a specific way, or is it random?
They intend to generate in a very specific way based on their bonds,
No, they don't.
but sometimes they can actually create
Incorrect.
differing forms,
False.
like
Big
quartz.
Big wrong. Swing and a miss. Big wrong. Swing and a miss.
This is actually bizarre. Like, this is a bizarre and fundamental misunderstanding of what it means to have an intention. Dude, like, having an intention requires agency. Rocks don't have fucking agency.
No, I can't.
The rock
I can't agree
isn't
with that
thinking.
one.
The rock isn't thinking about anything. How can it have an intention? And intention is a mental process.
I still can't agree with that. No, I can't. It's
Okay,
like,
then,
even
girl,
our
I
own
do
brains
not.
are
I
just
do not know how
literally
to.
minerals and fat.
There's no way, dude. There's no way.
I don't know how to have a conversation with someone like this. Like, you know nothing. Like, fundamentally, you know nothing about science. I'm so sorry to tell you this, but you can't. Like, please go back to basic biology. Go and take a basic psychology class. Look into neurology. God, I'm desperate for you to look into some neurology. You'll be fascinated. It'll be amazing. It'll open up your whole world. I promise, dude.
I highly doubt that anything new will actually come out.
Are you religious?
No.
Not at all.
I believe in the possibility of a God. I am slightly
Right.
spiritual.
Yeah.
Don't
Okay,
even believe that
right.
Jesus
That
is
that
real.
makes sense as to why you would think that things like rocks can have intentions. That would make more sense. Devon, I don't even know how it's
Let's
possible
put
to
it
have a
this way.
reasonable conversation with you.
Do different minerals create different presupposed patterns?
I wouldn't
Like-
say they're presupposed. Presupposed by
Like
whom?
there's a potential for like quartz creating like hexagon pillars and like some
Yeah,
other
there's a
ones,
potential.
Like,
A potential
those are the
isn't
intended
something being.
patterns
Who are they being intended by?
by themselves.
What?
How do I explain this? What is a mind? Like what creates our own thought processes?
Neurons.
Uh,
Yeah,
neurons firing in the
bioelectricity.
brain.
Right. It's
Mhm.
basically just a bunch of minerals that have been constructed in a very specific way that creates fats and signals in order to retain memory, right?
Hmm.
Those are all
Are
just
you?
chemical
Are you just?
reactions.
Yep. Hmm.
So then you would
And
equate a chemical reaction as being intention.
a chemical reaction. Yes, a
Yes.
specific type of chemical reaction that can only occur
Yes.
in a brain.
Mm, just a brain?
From what I'm aware of currently, yes, science might change that one day, but right now, just a brain, yeah.
I mean, we're still fundamentally trying to understand a lot of different kinds of things.
I know, that's why I said science might change that view one day, but from our current understanding of things, the brain.
Okay? And I certainly hope that, like, one day people who actually want to be a man or a woman can easily become that man or woman.
No, they already are. You
But
have a fundamental misunderstanding of how these words are typically used.
it's a superficiality. That's the thing.
Hey, Brian, can I ask you a
Yes, and
question?
you are the person being superficial.
Brian, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Are brains able to understand patterns?
Are we talking about, like, in general brains or?
Yeah, like can our brains recognize patterns?
Yes, it can.
Can they recognize shapes?
Yes, it can.
What shape is Italy?
It's about the shape of a boot.
See you, Brian. Thanks for calling. Shout out to Marissa for wanting us to move on from that fucking call.
Girl, thank you. I don't know how to talk to somebody like that. I'm sorry, you want me to have a conversation with you when you don't even understand that, like, people are agents of action, whereas, like, a single cell is not taking a like, what? Mm, giving human rights to everything is what I'm wondering.
Homie said, and I quote, he said, rocks have intention. Holy shit. Anyway,
Yeah,
before
man.
we bring up the next person, I just want to do our thank yous. Thank you guys for the super chats. I have been keeping track of all the super chats, and we will go through the super chats at the end of stream. Shout out to Saf the Witch for resubscribing to Amazon Prime over on Twitch, and Old Ani Dude, thank you for subscribing to Amazon Prime over on Twitch. If you're watching on one of the vertical streams, either YouTube or Instagram, it is a better experience if you watch over on Twitch or the horizontal YouTube stream. It is just a slightly better experience than what you are experiencing currently on the vertical. Thank you guys for watching the stream today. Thank you also to Vel for the Cash App for the nighttime streams. If you like the nighttime streams more than the morning streams, I sure do. Notice how much more energy I have than when I'm doing this at 10 a.m. Let me know. Let me know if you prefer the nighttime streams over the morning streams. What do I even name that last call? Homie don't know how rocks work. That's the name of that call. Homie don't know how rocks work. Holy shit. I can't wait for that call. In fact, I might take this call now. No. We got to go in order. But fuck, I want to take this next call so bad. Okay. Caller number 8. You better stay on the line. Swear to God. Next up, coming to the show, we got Mo. Now, Mo is a Christian and thinks there are good reasons to believe that the Christian God is good. Now, Mo, if you could please provide me your age and pronouns.
19, and the pronouns are he, him.
Okay, now Mo, you believe the Christian God is good. Let me just ask you, do you believe the Christian God is do you believe it's good to allow 32,000 child sex slaves to be taken?
Where in the Bible does it say that?
Numbers, specifically Numbers, I think it's Numbers 31 is the story of Moses taking, Numbers
No,
31 is
yeah, so
Moses taking the
Numbers
sex slaves.
31, the word used for it means young woman, not child. And
Yes, young women who are virgins. What was the average age of motherhood during the biblical times?
14, 16, I'm assuming. I'm not sure.
Okay, so if the average age of motherhood was it's 15 to 16, and these were virgins, meaning they were young, they weren't yet mothers, that would mean the average age of them was under 15. Are people under 15 children? Mo?
They're children according to our standards and laws now, but they had lower life expectancy.
I'm not asking. I'm not at. Wait. Doesn't matter if they had lower life expectancy. Were they children, Mo? If you're 14 and under, are you a child? Yes or no? Doesn't matter if they believed they weren't children. Were they children?
I would say they're young women, not children. Because I would say before
you would say a 14-year-old is not a child, Mo?
When they're 14.
Mo, would you call a 14? No. You wouldn't call a 14-year-old a child?
No.
Do you hear that in the background, Mo? It sounds like the FBI knocking at your door. Are 13-year-olds children, Mo?
I would say before they start puberty. Or during mid-puberty. I think...
So puberty is what makes you no longer a child?
That's what I believe.
So if a 10-year-old goes through puberty, they're not a child anymore?
I would say biologically, I wouldn't think they would be children if they went through puberty completely. But...
So they're an adult. This 10-year-old would be an adult to you?
No, I think by like legal standards and like everything in our society, they would be considered children. But
Mo, child is a social term. Child is a social term. So like, obviously we're talking about like what we view in society. So do you think ever socially that 10-year-olds are adults?
No.
Do you think ever socially that 15-year-olds are adults?
No.
So, do you think 15-year-olds are children?
Yeah.
So Moses allowed 32,000 child sex slaves.
Where does it say they were sex slaves?
Why else would he only take the virgins?
They killed everybody else. So the ones that were left, because they weren't involved in the war.
They specifically told them to keep the virgins who had not known the touch of man.
That's a good point.
Moses said, kill all the boys, kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man. Why would they need to save for themselves virgin children? It's to sleep with them.
Okay, but how does that prove that God is not good? Like,
because
just that point alone, because that's not God doing it.
Sure, because after this, the Lord said to Moses, you and Eleazar, the priest, and the family head of the community are to count all of the people and divide the spoils equally between the soldiers who took part in the battle and the rest of the community. So God told them to take the 32,000 women, to count these 32,000 women, and then split these 32,000 women up. He didn't say, hey, go free those child sex slaves. God said, count them and divide them up amongst yourselves. So God let Moses take 32,000 child sex slaves.
God didn't let him take sex slaves. He's talking about slaves as maids too. There were slaves as well. And And
They
the
were not
Bible also
maids.
mentions that it being against slavery and rape. So,
No, the Bible is not against slavery. Leviticus 25, verses 44 to 46 says that your slaves are to come from the nations around you, such as the Midianite people. From them you may take slaves, you may buy slaves, you may own slaves as property, and pass those slaves down to your children as inherited property for life. The Bible is not against slavery, it's against enslaving Israelite people. The Midianites were not Israelites. The Bible is fully okay with them being slaves, and the only reason to keep virgin children is to have sex with them and take them as wives, which would be sex slavery.
mhm. So can I ask you one thing, Ray? I think it's very off topic, but what do you believe? How did like we came about if there is no God? Because I was listening to the conversations earlier, and you said you were atheist.
Yeah, I don't know how we came to about probably some form of evolution. Who knows? But I know it wasn't God putting us here. What, 2,000 years ago? How long ago is it? 6,000 years ago? I think is when Genesis is supposed to have occurred. It definitely wasn't that.
So it was just evolution, how just prokaryotic cells evolved into eukaryotic cells,
I don't know
and
how
how
evolution
nothing
works. I'm not an
became something.
evolutionary
Oh, okay.
biologist, so I don't know how evolution works
No, I understand
specifically on
that.
the
Yeah.
macro level.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
got
know
it.
that is probably the most plausible explanation to our existence on the planet.
Okay.
We live in a planet in
So,
which single-celled organisms could evolve past the single-celled stage. So
hmm so how can like nothing become something? So how
I
can
don't
no life
believe I
turn
don't
into life
believe
if
I don't
there?
believe nothing became something. I don't believe there was ever a nothing. I think the universe has always existed. I don't believe in
So there's
pre-universe.
okay. That's actually the first time I heard someone say that.
But
That's
I
interesting.
will on to give a counter argument. You
hmm
as a Christian believe something came from nothing. You believe God exists, meaning God came from nothing, meaning there was
Yes,
something that was
he's the
always a constant.
constant. He's
Yeah.
outside of time.
I don't believe God
Okay.
is the constant. I believe the universe is the constant.
Okay, that's understandable.
So, yeah. But at the end of the
hmm
day, God allowed for sex slaves. So I definitely don't worship him.
hmm So I'm not very familiar with that particular topic about the sex slaves, but I believe that God in general lets some human free will happen to, and then he let as Jesus, his son, he sacrificed of himself on the cross for all of our sins, so we're forgiven.
Free will cannot exist under a worldview
hmm
of a Christian deity. It can't exist under a God that is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omnipowerful. Free will can't exist.
It can't. They say I couldn't hear you.
It can. It cannot. It cannot exist under
Oh.
these
hmm
parameters.
Why do you think he can't?
Well, let me ask you a question. Does anything in the universe happen outside of God's will?
No.
Then we don't have free will. We can't do anything that's outside of what God wants us to do. It all happens according to his plan, according to his will. We don't have free will. Everything I do happens in accordance with his plan.
Mm, That's interesting. So I believe God has his true will, what he wants us to happen, but he also has the will where he knows what we're gonna choose and we're gonna do. So it doesn't surprise him, but that's not what he wants for us.
If
But he
he
gives us
knows what we're going to do and he
the
exists
freedom.
outside of time, meaning he sees all time at all times, then he has seen
hmm
what I'm going to do before I do it, meaning it's not a free choice. I was always going to do this choice. My choices were preordained by God. We have an illusion of free will, but it's not real. Under the purview of an omniscient, omnipresent, omnipowerful God.
That's interesting. hmm So I think God's like God being omnipresent and just being all ever existing. I think he knows the future. Him knowing the future doesn't really negate the human free will, because just because he knows what someone would choose, it doesn't mean he's forcing them to choose it.
Can you make a choice that God did not see you making thousands of years ago?
God saw it doesn't mean God forced
Yes,
me.
but if he saw,
to
okay,
choose.
so like let's
Mhm.
walk with me here. Walk with me through this line of thinking. Let's say me and you pop in a DVD tonight, right? Me and you, Mo, we're cuddling on a couch. We pop in a DVD. Let's say we watch Good Will Hunting, one of my favorite movies of all time. At
That's a good
the
movie.
end of Good Will Hunting,
Mhm.
Matt Damon leaves with his boo thing. He goes to be with his boo thing. Spoiler alert for like a 30-year-old movie. He goes to be with his boo thing, and then you have Ben Affleck walks up and finds that he's already moved out. Great. Movie ends. Now let's say we put that movie back on. Me and you have seen how this movie ends. Will this movie ever end another way?
No.
Do the characters in the movie have free will? Can they ever make a choice that we don't know will happen?
No, but that's because the characters that was scripted, so someone forced the
Almost like
characters.
somebody made their entire lives up to their plan, right? When they created the movie.
Wait, what'd you say? Can you repeat yourself? I couldn't hear it.
Almost like the person who made the movie made everything go according to their plan when they wrote the movie and when they put the movie up. Almost like God wrote a movie when he created the universe. Everything in this universe was created when he created it. He knew what would happen. It all goes according to his plan, and he watched the movie at the beginning and knows all the twists and turns. We are essentially characters in a pre-scripted movie at the dawn of time. Nothing I do can happen outside of what God has already seen.
I think it still doesn't negate the point where he's seen it. Doesn't mean he forced it. Just like we saw the start of the movie, but we didn't make the movie.
Yes, you have an
We
illusion.
didn't force the movie to.
You have an illusion of choice. You believe that I'm not saying that God is making us choose something. I'm saying that this idea that we can choose the opposite is an illusion. It doesn't actually exist. We will always choose what God saw us choosing. Let me ask you a question. If God sees, for instance, I have this packet of marinara sauce right here. If I opened this up and chugged this, God knew that would happen, right?
Yeah.
Could I go back in time and make a different choice?
No.
Okay, so then I don't have free will. If I had free will, I could go back in time and make a choice opposite what God wants me to make, but I can't because I will always make the choice God saw.
It's still God knows you're gonna do it. God didn't force you to make that choice, though. So
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying we're being forced to make choices.
I'm trying to understand it.
Yeah. I'm not saying we're being forced to make choices. I'm saying that we cannot ever make a different choice than what God has preordained. God has seen our choices, and we can never make a choice outside of what God's seen. Take an example directly out of the Bible. Take an example directly out of the Bible. When God created Adam and Eve, he knew Adam and Eve would become the first sinners. He knew it would happen. He knew with 100% certainty that Adam and Eve would eat the fruit. Adam and Eve didn't really have a choice. He knew this would happen. And yet he still put the tree in a place they could reach. And yet he still allowed the serpent to come in and persuade them. He knew they would. He knew the serpent would persuade them to eat from the tree. Then he got mad that they did something he knew they were going to do. Where's the real choice here?
It was God knows what they would choose, but it was still their choice to go against God's plan.
What choice? Wait. But this is what you're not understanding. They didn't go against God's plan. Everything that happens is according to God's plan, including Adam and Eve eating from the fruit. They didn't go against his plan. That was his plan all along. If he did not want them to eat from the fruit, he would not have put the fruit where they could reach. But he did. because it's not, because his plan, God's plan, is kind of fucked up sometimes.
So can I tell you what I believe about that? I think it's our like free will is the ability to make the real decisions, even if God knows the outcome. We're still like choosing voluntarily. Like it's like an author who knows how the story will end, but like the character's actions are real in that story in particular.
You just described no free will. If the author knows what choices the characters will make.
The author knows what choices the characters will make, but in the story, the characters' choices are real.
No, the
Like in
characters
our
the characters
story,
have
in
an
our world, the choices
illusion.
are real.
They have an illusion that their choices are real. They're not really real. The author's choices are real. The author's choices are what are actually real.
I mean, what you're calling illusion, I think that's what we call free will inside, because God knows what
Yes, but that's what I'm saying.
what you will choose, but He doesn't force you to choose it.
Well, sometimes he forces you to choose.
I mean, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Sometimes.
Yeah, so sometimes, where is free will if sometimes God will come in and make you choose the choice he wants you to choose?
I think that's a good point.
So yeah, so I think there's this belief that we have free will, right? Like think about it this way. If I was living in the Matrix, you've seen the Matrix, I would assume.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I was living in the Matrix, I would think that I'm making choices, right? But realistically, everything I'm doing is pre-programmed into a computer system. I would think that I'm making choices, but I'm not really. It's just an illusion.
But aren't you still making choices though? Like,
not really.
It's yeah, I think that's where we disagree in terms of whether we're considering an illusion or actual free choice. I think that's where our main disagreement comes in, right?
Well, again, I'm just trying to point out the illusionary aspect here. Why does God, if God is all good, why does he allow for these bad choices? Why does he even allow for free will if he's good? It seems like a good God wouldn't allow for free will. And we know, based on heaven, that when it is time to go to an all good place, he removes our free will because there's no free will in heaven.
So I guess, look, what I believe is that God allows bad things to occur, even though that's not what he wants for us, but that's what we choose. And I think free will is just him showing his love, that we can be imperfect and he still loves us.
If he doesn't want bad choices to happen to us, why not stop those bad choices from happening?
Also, he doesn't love us.
Wait, what you say? I couldn't hear you. My bad.
I said also he doesn't love us.
Okay, so from my perspective, right? So it's an all-loving God, a Christian God. It's considered an all-loving God. I think an all-loving God would give you free will, because it's not true love if you don't have free will. If you're forced to love someone.
Let me ask you. This is perfect because we can get into the paradox of evil real quick, because I think it is the best way for you to understand this. Does evil exist?
Yeah.
Okay. Can God prevent that evil?
God, he can, yes.
Okay. Does he know about all of the evil that exists?
Yes.
Does he want to prevent the evil? So he can do it. He knows about it. Does he want to prevent it?
I would think so, yeah. But I can't really know God's will, so.
Then why is there evil? If he knows about it, he can prevent it, he wants to prevent it, why doesn't he? Why does evil exist?
I think it exists because of free will. Again, I think that's where we're getting back to the same point. I think it exists because of the free will. it's the consequences of living in like a fallen world that's affected by sin and human rebellion.
So it's a test.
Because he was wait, what you say?
So it's a test.
Kind of. I don't really thought about it if it's a
Well,
test
because
or
you have
not, but
to.
I think
So you're telling me that
go
God
ahead.
could. We are creatures God loves. He knows all the
Mhm.
evil that can happen. He is against this evil. He can stop this evil, but he chooses not to and just lets us suffer.
I think it's because we chose the suffering. We chose the sin and to rebel against him, which led us to live in a fallen world. That's why he sent his son Jesus Christ to die for us, where we could kind of go into
Could
heaven by
could God
believing
have
in him.
created a universe in which all free will exists, all these things exist, but evil doesn't, like that evil isn't there anymore?
Then it wouldn't be free will. The free will,
Nope. You
because of the
hold
free
on,
will,
because
evil came into
what
the
you have to
world.
stop. What you have to stop there for a second is you're picturing
Uh-huh.
our universe. I'm saying, could God rewrite the laws of the universe to which we still have free will, but evil just doesn't exist?
Hmm. I think I'll think about it for longer, but I don't know. I honestly don't know if he.
Okay, if the answer is no,
Yeah.
then God's not all powerful. If the
Mhm.
answer is yes, then my question would be, why didn't he do that? Like, why didn't he just create a universe with free will but no evil?
But would that be true free will if they're
Yes,
what
because
if we didn't have the
evil
choice
isn't
for it?
even an option. Evil doesn't exist. It's not even an option for us to choose. Like, is it free will if I can't teleport tomorrow? Teleporting doesn't exist, so I don't even have the option,
Mhm.
right? Evil would be like teleporting. It just doesn't exist, period. I don't have the option. I don't have the ability to do something that doesn't exist.
Mhm. No, I get your point.
So this all good,
I
all powerful God, why didn't he do that? Go ahead, Katie.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask, does evil exist in heaven?
no.
Evil exists, it doesn't exist, then there's no free will in heaven,
Hmm.
according to your position.
Hmm. Yeah. I think, so what I believe, I think free will without the possibility of evil is not like true free will. I think God allows choice,
Right.
even when the result,
So
even when the
that
result
would
is
mean that
evil, so
there's
that
no
like,
that
go ahead, go
yeah,
ahead.
you're restating your position. That would mean that
Uh-huh.
there would be no free will in heaven under your view.
I have to think about it then.
Do you think there's free will in heaven?
Um, I I think there's not a free will. Everything is according to God's will. So it's like everybody's hearts are perfectly aligned with God's will. So we have free will, but it's perfectly aligned with God's will. So we're freely choosing what's good instead of sin and rebellion.
So why couldn't God have just made the world like that in the first place?
Hmm. I think that goes back to the question that he asked me earlier about if this life is a test or not, and I don't know. I think
Hmm.
if God could have done that, then this life could be a test about it. So,
Okay, so
So if it's a test, what's the point of an all-knowing God testing us? He knows our answer. Why put us through the test? He knows 100%, without a shadow of a doubt, what we will do every time. So what is the purpose of the test? Just punish us if you're going to punish us. Why put us through the test to begin with?
why create a being
I think
that's destined to fail a test that
sorry.
you designed? Why not just create a being that would pass the test?
I think the test is more for us to like grow and like use our free will to and like prove our faith than it is for him to know, because he already
What's the
knows our
But we didn't
results.
grow.
It's for us to grow.
We didn't grow. We never did
what's the
anything
point in
worthy of growth.
growth?
He just hit a point where he was eventually like, I guess I'm bored of the test. And so he sent Jesus here to absolve us of our sin. We never did anything to absolve ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And we still sin. Some could argue worse than we used to. We have nukes.
That's why Jesus came down, and everybody who believes in him could be saved.
Why did God, in order to save us of our sins, why did he have his only son tortured? Why not just snap his fingers and say that our sins were absolved? He's all powerful. Why did he need to send Jesus? He could have just forgiven us of our sins.
Yeah, you keep describing like God is all loving as well. That was another point that I wanted to pick on a little bit, because why would an all
Yeah, we can
loving
go on to the
God
point after this.
condemn? Hold on. Why would an all loving God
Yeah.
condemn me to eternal suffering just because I don't believe in him?
So to your first point, I think God allowed his son suffering, not because he was like powerless, but just to show his love and justice to everybody. It's like a miracle that could never be achieved
Do you know what
again.
that's called? That process of exposing someone to suffering to then show them how kind and caring you can be, that's an abuse tactic. Like that's
No, I'm talking
psychological
about him.
abuse.
I'm talking about how he did suffer, how his son, Jesus Christ suffered. I'm not talking about the human, because we had free will and we chose certain things,
Okay, but
and
what
then
what
God.
then you're not engaging with what I asked you. You're not engaging with what I asked you
So
then.
what did you ask
I
me
was
again?
asking you about why would a God that is all loving condemn someone to eternal suffering just for not believing in him?
Hmm. Mm, I think,
Do you think that that seems loving?
look, I believe he's perfectly loving, but he respects the freedom and the free will that we have. So if we don't want to choose him and don't be with him, so we're eternally separated from him. And I don't believe that heaven's like
Uh-huh.
a place with just fire, right? Or hell is just a place of fire and like just
The
torture.
Bible
I
says it
think
is,
it's
though.
eternal separate. It's more metaphorical,
Yep. No,
just
no. The
because you.
Bible literally
Mhm.
refers to hell as a place of fire built for the devil and his angels.
I think that's a metaphorical way for it to describe it. That's what I think.
What? No,
But
this is
Then you're
wait.
just cherry picking. There's no point in
Specifically in
engaging with this
mhm.
then.
yeah, like specifically in Matthew 25, Matthew says that Jesus describes hell, and I'll use the words verbatim. He describes it as uh, uh, he says, "Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels." Like literally calls it a place of eternal fire.
I, I still think that the saying eternal fire is more so describing the separation from God. I think it's like just because God is the source of all goodness and
There's no
light,
point in engaging
so
in
it's
this.
not.
Yeah, I don't know why I feel like this happens with Christians when they look at the Bible.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They interpret instead of just taking the words the Bible says. Like if the Bible says this is
Some of
eternal
it,
fire, why not just like believe that it's eternal fire?
That's because the Bible also uses a lot of metaphors to describe things.
Yeah, but
why can't I, how
go
do I
ahead, Joey.
differentiate between which parts are metaphor and which parts are literal?
Mm.
Because if you don't have
Yeah.
a logical way of doing this, then there's no reason to give any sense to anything that you say, to be honest.
Uh-huh. No,
And there's
I
no
understand what
sense
you're
to
trying
your
to say.
beliefs.
Hmm. So I think the Holy Spirit helps you understand the word better, So you have to have the like Holy Spirit helping you
So
understand the
I
word,
said
and it
that you
would
were
be
going to
the
need to be able to
literal sense.
explain. I said a logical way of explaining this, and your first concept is that it's the Holy Spirit helping you. I don't care about that. Can you describe to me logically how you're differentiating between what's metaphor and what's literal?
Mm. So I like a
All
book, right?
bullshit. Like,
Like
sorry, but this is
Hebrew
like the
or
most common
oh,
beliefs of Christians. Like, you just believe in the parts
uh-huh.
that you believe in. There are other reasons for your beliefs. Like, I don't know if you believe that being gay is
Mm-hmm.
wrong. Do you believe that being gay is wrong according to Christianity?
Mm. I think it's a sin, but there's a lot of things that sin that people still commit.
Right, you think it's a sin, so you take that literally.
Mm-hmm.
You take that section literally, but you take other sections that you want to ignore as metaphor. That's just cherry picking. These are just
Mm-hmm.
your beliefs, and you're using the Bible to justify it instead of actually logically breaking down your beliefs.
Mm-hmm. So so like every
This
part of
is
the
a bad
Bible, I
thing.
think
This
it's
is bad for
written.
society.
Mhm. So I think every part of the Bible was written differently. Some of them are poems, some of them are parables, and even like poems or parables or like historical letters, all of them have a different meaning. All of them are combined together in a book. So we have to kind of like go back and see if it's a poem or a parable or it's a actual letter to see if it's considered literally or metaphorically.
Okay, so how do you know? Right, give me right. So the eternal fire, that you're saying that's metaphor.
Yes, that's what I believe.
Which one of those does that categorize into then? Is it a
What
letter? Is
what
it
was
which type of writing is it that you're saying you know this is metaphor because it's this type of writing?
mm, but which verse was it? Could you point me out so I can open it? I'm not sure.
The
That
eternal
you
fire?
said was in
Jovan, do you know which verse
Matthew.
that one is?
Matthew
Uh-huh.
25, sheep and the goats.
Matthew 25.
Yeah, sheep and the goats.
So, mhm. So I think Jesus was using a parable because every time he was talking to people and giving actual lectures, there's another part of the Bible. I don't remember the exact verse.
Let me
There's
really quickly, Mo. Let me just tell you. Hey, Raiders, thank you so
mm-hmm,
much. Let me tell you real quickly. I think when Matthew
uh-huh,
25 says that Jesus believes that we're sheep and we're goats, that's definitely metaphor. I think when
mm-hmm.
he says you're going to go to the burning place with the devil and his angels, I don't think that's metaphor. But we've been talking for 33 minutes. We do have to move to the next
Oh,
person. If you'd
oh
like
yeah,
to
for
call
sure.
back, feel free. Save the
Mm-hmm,
number, call back,
yeah.
and
Mm-hmm.
we will continue the conversation another day.
Mm-hmm. Thank you all for giving me a chance. I hope y'all have a good day.
Yep, you as well, Mo.
Mhm.
Bible's always metaphor when they need it to be.
Yeah, that's a good example of it though, is it's like in the same verse you're going to believe that the angels and demons and stuff are literal, but the fire is the part that you're like, that's definitely metaphor though.
Oh shit! All right, we. Who do I want to take first? I really want to take this call. You know what? I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it.
Can
I'm just gonna do it.
It's a special, well, yeah, I'm here, so it's
Yeah, yeah,
special
yeah. And
occasion.
I think this is really, this is going to be a you. I think you're going to want this conversation. I promise you. Before we do, let
Okay.
me just say my thank yous and everything and do our housekeeping. Shout out to Ghost Pepper Lollipop. Thank you so much for the raid over on Twitch. If you guys are here as a raider, hello, my name is Jovan. I'm a fat black leftist who chills and does debates. If you want to hang with us, consider hitting that refresh button on Twitch so that your raid view counts as an organic view. If you don't, you don't have to. Shout out to Sorceress E for subscribing to Amazon Prime over on Twitch. Fisto Roboto, thank you for the 10 gifted subs over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Shout out to our super chatters. We will read the super chats at the end of stream, but if you want your message read aloud, super chatting on YouTube is a great way to do that. If you send a super chat, me and Katie will read the messages at the end of the stream. Thank you if you've sent a tip to Cash App or Venmo. That goes to help me continue to pay for the call-in line so that we can take call-ins and do all that good stuff. If you're watching on Facebook, hey, hello to the 3 people still watching over on Facebook. If you're watching on Instagram, hey, hello to the 30, 40 people watching on Instagram. If you want, come over to Twitch. It's a better experience. Over to YouTube. It's a better experience. We're going to take our next caller. So let's bring them up. Next, coming onto the stream, we have Norm. Now, Norm is a therapist who has human behavioral training and knowledge of genetics. And he thinks trans men and women are not men and women because men are XY and women are XX. So Norm, if you can hear me, please provide me your age and your pronouns.
My age is 49 and I'm a man.
Okay, it's not the question I asked you. I asked to provide me your pronouns.
People don't get to choose their pronouns, just like you don't get to choose.
I didn't ask you to choose them.
We can talk about it.
Didn't ask you to choose them. That's not what I said. I didn't say, hey,
choose
Norm.
Your chromosome?
I didn't say, hey, Norm,
choose.
Hey, Norm. I didn't say choose your pronouns. I just asked you what they were. If you can't answer a question directly, Norm, I don't know how you think that we're going to have a genuine conversation.
Are he, him.
Great, but I didn't ask you, Norm.
It's not something I chose. It's just something that is the way it is.
Norm.
Why are you raging, bro?
I need you to.
I'm not. You guys are just making things up. Let's not start off like with
Norm.
Let's not start off like crazy talk. Okay?
Norm. I need you to have some level of impulse control, Norm. When I ask a question, if you had impulse control, you wouldn't have just interrupted me. Literally just now, less than 5 seconds. And here you are interrupting me again, Norm. And here you are interrupting me again. I thought you had impulse control. People with impulse control don't interrupt other people, Norm. And here we go. Okay? Here we go. Oh, there we go.
He, him too, you have XY chromosomes.
A minute and 37 seconds for Norm to answer a question directly.
I don't need to ask you if you.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you for taking. Norm, thank you for taking a minute and a half to finally answer a question directly. Now, Norm says men have XY chromosomes and women have XX chromosomes. Norm, is this a necessity to be a man? That you must have XY chromosomes?
Absolutely. 100%.
So you're saying it is 100% necessary?
That's correct.
Okay. Then Norm, please explain to me.
So I have a question for you.
No, that's not how this works, Norm. That's not how this works, Norm. I'm going to have to mute you. This is not your show, Norm. You don't get to start asking questions until I tell you you do. When I'm done with my line of questioning, then you may have a turn. I hate to break it to you. It's not the Norm show. So I'm going to unmute you. Let's see that impulse control actually shows up. So Norm, now that I've unmuted you, how do you explain women who have pure 46 XY karyotyping?
You're talking about Gila-Chappelle syndrome, correct?
Well, I'm specifically talking about Swyer syndrome.
Yes. You're talking about 46XX syndrome.
Nope, I'm talking about.
Do you understand what a syndrome is?
I'm talking about pure 46XY karyotyping that shows itself into females. But I also asked you, Norm, if it was necessary.
Talking about a disorder.
Norm, what does the word necessary mean? Wait, Katie,
I do want to just clarify.
Hold on, Katie. He has to answer this question. Norm, what does the word necessary mean?
You don't seem to understand what a syndrome is.
Norm, what's the word necessary mean?
I want to cut this off.
I can't cut it off until he tells me what necessary means. He has to tell us what necessary means.
No, I know what you're doing. And he does have to tell us. All I want to say is we as human beings are the ones that create and categorize what a disorder is. So that point is irrelevant. Answer Jovan's question.
100%. So I'm going to unmute you, Norm. The only thing I want to hear from you is what the term necessary means. I asked you if it was necessary that you must possess XY chromosomes to be a man, and you said yes. So what's the term necessary mean, Norm? You're now unmuted. Why don't you go ahead and tell us?
if I'm born without arms and legs, does that make me a different species of human being?
Was that an answer to the question I asked you?
I already answered your question.
No,
I
you
said
didn't.
yes.
What? Okay, so
did.
what does necessary mean, Norm?
It means it's required.
So when I said, is it required for men to have XY chromosomes, you said yes. When it's required for women to have XX
correct.
chromosomes, you said yes.
A syndrome.
Do necessaries have exceptions, Norm? Yes or no? Do necessary conditions have exceptions?
You're talking about disorders.
Do necessary conditions have exceptions? If I have to treat you like a child, I will, and just keep repeating until you answer.
You actually don't want to answer my question.
Because we're not on your questioning yet, Norm. Norm,
does that make me a different type of person?
Norm, I don't believe that it's Norm. Hold on, Katie. Norm, you absolute idiot. Norm, I'm gonna have to mute you. It's insane that I have to mute you. We're 5 minutes into this conversation, and you can't stop talking to save your life, Norm. I don't believe, neither does Katie believe, that it is necessary for humans to have 2 arms. That's not a necessity of being a human. Having 2 arms is not something that's necessary. So when you say, well, if I didn't have 2 arms, would I still be? It's the dumbest fucking thing, because we haven't laid out a position in which 2 arms are necessary. You have laid out a position in which it is necessary that a man have XY chromosomes and a woman have XX chromosomes. Yet, even you acknowledge there are times when they don't. Do you know why, Norm? Because you don't know what fucking words mean. Now, if you want to sit and play this game where you're incapable of waiting more than 5 minutes to open your mouth, we're not going to have a productive conversation because you're incapable of it. So I'm going to ask you the question again, Norm. Is it necessary for a man to have XY chromosomes and a woman to have XX? Is that necessary? Yes or no? All I want to hear from you is yes or no. Any other answer, you'll be muted.
Absolutely. They absolutely have to have that if they don't have a disorder.
Great. Thank you. Nope. Necessaries don't exist if there's an if. Then it's not necessary anymore. If you have an exception, it's not necessary. Hate to tell you. Katie, do you have any questions you'd like to ask of Norm?
I just want to know if he thinks sex and gender are the same thing.
Great. Norm, now the question relayed to you is, are sex and gender the same thing?
XY is male, XX is female.
Not the question you were asked. Not the question you were asked.
Not
the question you were. I'm muting you again. It's not the question you were asked. Now, we've already moved past the fact that you don't know how necessaries work. So Katie asked you a different question. Do you know the difference between sex and gender? Let's see if you can answer that question, Norm.
There is no difference. XY is male, XX is female. Everything else is a disorder or a syndrome.
So, hold on.
Stupid.
That's all there is.
That's great. That's great. We're not. That's amazing.
XY syndrome. Syndrome.
Norm, calm down.
Everything else is a syndrome.
Norm, you need to be Norm.
You don't understand what syndromes are. It doesn't matter. Your point about syndromes makes no difference to us. It does not matter because humans are the people that categorize what is and what isn't a syndrome. The reason that things like having XY chromosomes and having female expression are considered syndromes is literally just because they're atypical. They are not the norm. Does not mean they do not exist. Should not negate your necessary characteristics. Anyway, you're not making a point with that. So now I'm going to try and move on to another line of questioning with you to hopefully get somewhere. What is the difference between sex and gender? Or are they the same?
There is no difference.
Okay. According to what?
According to science. I mean, you guys want to believe in science, but only when it applies to what you want to believe in.
Which science?
Can you answer one question? What is a syndrome or disorder?
Norm, you don't control
a syndrome or a disorder. It depends on which kind of syndrome or disorder you're talking about.
What is it? Is it something?
Anyway.
What is it? Does it change the chromosomes in a person's body?
It might, right? But there are syndromes. It might.
Right, and
there are syndromes that don't.
Always something out of the ordinary.
Sorry, Norm said something stupid.
I don't care. I've already addressed this.
Something stupid. I'm gonna just really quickly because I think that this will save us like quite a bit of grief. Norm said, according to science, sex and gender are not the same thing. Well, I have up in front of me a textbook. It's called Neuroscience 2nd edition. Pervs D, Augustine G.J., Fitzpatrick D, et al. And wow, really interesting. It defines them differently. Really interesting that science, but this neuroscience textbook, just to read them, it says that roughly speaking, sex can be considered in 3 categories. You have genotypic sex, phenotypic sex, and gender. Genotypic sex refers specifically to an individual's 2 sex chromosomes. Phenotypic sex refers to an individual's sex as determined by their internal and external genitalia, and gender refers broadly to an individual's subjective perception of their sex and their sexual orientation. Weird that you said science, Norm, but you know. Sorry, Katie, go ahead.
It's cool. You did what I was gonna do.
Yeah. So Norm, what science do you have that proves us wrong?
Kiefer syndrome is a disorder.
Okay, so Norm was you were just talking while you were just not listening to a word anybody said, Norm. You were just speaking. You weren't listening to anything that I said. Norm, are you able to wait? Like, are you able to actually listen and follow a conversation, or are you talking right now?
You guys are so funny.
Are you able to follow a conversation, Norm?
You only want to believe the stuff when it applies to something that benefits you. That's all this is.
Norm, present us the science that says sex and gender is the same thing. Reference any type of academic science literature.
How much do you know about Kiefer syndrome?
Norm, reference academic scientific literature. How much do you know about... Okay, so now we got to mute you again. Reference academic science literature that specifically states that gender and sex are the same thing. That's all I want from you, is a reference to actual academia of the scientific kind. Do you have that?
If I'm born with extra arms or legs,
didn't answer my question. Didn't answer what I asked you, Norm. Are you able to follow directions? Muted you again because you're not able to follow directions. Can you reference academic science? Oh, Katie, do you want to say something?
It's just there's a problem. Like, you keep going back to genetics, and you're saying this is based on science. This is not based on science. If we look at any other science, despite biology, physiology, genealogy, then we're not talking about sex anymore. We're talking about gender. And I can reference that with multiple different sources that I like, physical sources I can get out in front of me. So could you please use like one scientific source? Who cares? Why does that matter?
Because you're not talking about a different sex of a human being. We're not talking about a different type of biology. You're talking.
I'm not talking about sex at all. I'm talking about gender.
You're talking about men,
I'm talking about gender. I'm not talking about sex at all, bro.
You guys are just crazy. You're talking about people with genetic disorders, and you're trying to classify them as different types of human beings.
I'm not talking about genetics. I've been trying to move off of the subjects of genetics with you for several minutes now. Can you drop it? Are you able to talk about the concept of gender in a different regard, or no?
Go for it.
Right. So let's talk about what gender is. Now, which scientific source would you like to look at? Would you like to look at a psychology source, or would you like to look at a sociology source?
You can pick whatever you want, but I know what you're going to do. You're just going to pick some blue-haired crazy person that wrote some shit in a book, and then you're going to spew it. It's all disinformation.
A blue-haired crazy. Do you know when Western science separated sex and gender? Like officially recognized by social sciences. They were like, yeah, these things are just
like less than 100 years ago.
In the 60s. Yeah. In the 60s, in 68. Dude, calm down.
It was another way to diagnose people, to make money off of it.
I know that you want me to have blue hair so bad, but I just don't, and I'm sorry. I know I have that energy, but can you just try and fucking listen to me instead? Right. In the 1960s, do you think it was a fucking blue-haired feminist that said that sex and gender were different?
Yes, I know. I've researched it. I know exactly.
It wasn't. It was a man. It was a man. Two men, both transphobic, by the way.
They needed more diagnoses. Do you understand that they can't make money off of people unless they diagnose them?
Okay, great. Well, I'm trans. They didn't diagnose me with it.
You have to diagnose somebody in order to make money off of them as a doctor or a therapist. You have to have first a diagnosis.
Being trans isn't a diagnosis.
Without a
Being trans isn't a diagnosis.
You can't treat them. You can't make money off of them. They use this as a diagnosis. They separated gender from sex to diagnose them with a problem, so they can make money off of it.
Norm.
I just muted him again.
Norm.
Go ahead, Katie.
Being trans isn't a diagnosis. This has no fucking relevance to anything that we're talking about.
What did you just say? What is not a diagnosis?
Being trans.
It's just made up. You can believe anything you want and call yourself anything you want. I can call myself a dog or a goldfish or a freaking turtle, but doesn't make me any.
Katie, if you mind,
You have the comprehension skills of a 3-year-old.
If you mind, I would just like to ask Norm. Norm, why did you lie about being a therapist?
World, it's fine. You
Norm,
want to be delusional?
Did you say he was a therapist?
Your delusion.
Norm said he was a therapist at the start of it. He told this call screener.
I'm not going to go along with your delusion.
Norm, why did you lie about being a therapist?
I am a therapist.
You're not.
Hold on. I've got
You can look
I know.
up my records if you want.
Okay, wait, we'll find out. We'll find out if you're even remotely qualified to be a therapist. What are the 3 core conditions of therapeutic growth in a person?
I'm not a therapist that talks to people. I'm a licensed massage therapist and a cranial psychotherapist. I work with professionals.
A massage therapist!
Ain't no fucking way. Hold on. There's no way this little fuck said, I'm a massage therapist. Jesus Christ. I'm going to hold him to this real quick, Katie. Norm, we're not going to continue the conversation until you can provide a piece of academic literature that says gender and sex are the same thing. One piece of academic literature, any. Can you provide that, yes or no?
Do you even understand what...
Muting you again. It's not what I asked. Can you provide one piece of academic literature, any, that qualifies sex and gender as the same thing? Can you do this, yes or no?
Yes.
What is it? What is it?
Human behavioral
What is it?
Evolution.
What is it? What is it? What is it? Give us the source.
Human
behavioral evolution would be...
Nope. Give us the source.
That would be psychology. That'd be psychology, and psychology sees gender and sex as different. So I don't know what you think you're doing.
Give us the academic source.
You wanted to know when they separated it. And that was in the 1960s. They separated sex and gender so they could diagnose people with disorders.
I need you to please pull the diaper up a little bit so you don't get a rash and quote me an actual piece. Give me a citation that sex and gender are the same thing from a piece of academic literature. Can you do this, yes or no?
Prior to the 1960s, that was common knowledge.
That's not what I asked you.
I don't have something to pull up for you right now.
That's what I thought. You don't have something to pull up because you're a fucking moron. Now, here's where He
said what?
Here's where
he's saying that what was taught before the 60s is true.
Yeah.
So let's just scrap anything scientific that came out after the 60s. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. It was just for diagnosis.
Now, Katie, here's what I'm gonna do. And this is gonna be my linchpin. If sex and gender are the same, Norm, I just want yes or no answers to these questions. Anything other than a yes or no will get you back on mute. If sex and gender are the same, are all females women? Yes or no?
Yes.
Great. So in the other room, there is a female sleeping on a little small bed. She has a cute button nose, hairy floppy ears, 4 hairy paws. Is she a cute woman, do you think?
All human females are women.
That's not the question I asked you, stupid. That's not the question I asked you, you dumb fucking idiot. I asked you, and maybe it's just me. Katie, hey, real quick, because maybe I'm the crazy one, Katie. Did I ask him were all female humans women, or did I just ask him if all females were women?
I think you were talking about just females generally, right?
Oh, so Norm, maybe open your...
I don't know.
Maybe open your fucking ears, Norm. I don't know. So Norm, if not all females are women, then gender and sex are not the same thing, because not all females are women, correct?
If you're seeing a male...
I'm sorry, I said correct. That's a yes or no ask. Correct? Not all females are women. Therefore, sex and gender are not synonymous. Correct?
Holy shit, you guys are just fucking
Correct,
retarded.
Norm? Oh, now, Norm, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, because this is what's happening. You're slurring because you know what's about to come out. Norm, if you... right in the back row with his hands up. Norm, if you slur one more time, you will be booted from the live. I'm just giving you a warning now. If you slur one more time, you will be removed. Now, if you do slur again, it's because you're scared and you want us to kick you off. But I'm letting you know now, if you slur again, you will be removed from the live. So answer me the question. In fact, I'll leave it at this. It won't be a yes or no question. This will be an open one, so you can have a chance to spew nonsense, and I can't wait to hear it. If sex and gender are the same thing, why are not all females women? And why are not all women females? Answer that question, Norm.
If we're talking about animals, obviously you have male and female animals, but that's all you have. And why is that? Why don't we have all sorts of weird other fucking things in nature? Because it doesn't fucking exist.
Okay.
Because it doesn't exist.
What?
So let's talk about dogs and cats and bunny rabbits or whatever you want.
Sorry, go ahead, Katie.
I'm sorry, this is actually an important. Do you think that female and male are the only sexes to exist across species?
Genetic disorders are not typical. They are atypical.
Oh, he's dumb.
Do you think that the only sexes to exist across all species is male and female?
Absolutely. 100% we know that because of chromosomes.
Oh, no.
We can
human
bury
chromosomes
you
are
in 100 years
different.
from now. I can dig you up and tell if you're male or female for your chromosomes.
Animals don't have the same chromosomal structure as us.
They don't need to because we know the difference.
Oh my God, he's so dumb.
The difference isn't. He's trying to walk back.
If you're talking about
mammals, I didn't ask you about mammals. I asked you one question. I said, do you think male? Hey,
related to
Norm, you are nearly a 50-year-old man, sir. You are nearly a 50-year-old man, and you do not know anything about
I like your fake
manners
accent.
or being
It's kinda
polite
funny.
or
Your
anything.
fake accent's pretty funny.
What's
Nice fake
my
British
accent?
You guys can't even talk.
I'm Scottish.
Without being fake. You guys gotta even
I'm
talk
Scottish.
fake. It's hilarious.
Hey, Norm.
I'm
Katie
Scottish.
quite literally is streaming, coming in live from their home in Scotland. You idiot.
Yeah.
So what fake?
I live in
Scottish
Scotland.
accent either.
No, I'm Scottish.
The
That's
actual
great.
Scottish.
Anyway,
person
I'm gonna go back.
doesn't
Stop.
have a good Scottish accent. Okay.
Anyway, I have a Scottish accent. My
fake
mum is
Scottish.
Australian, so I have Australian in. That's great. I have Australian intonations. Anyway, stop trying to avoid the fact that you're an idiot, and you just said something stupid, and you're trying to walk back and make it look like you didn't by saying we're just talking about mammals. We're just doing this. Blah, 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 blah."
Katie.
No, I asked you one question. I asked, do you think female and male are the only sexes across species? I was very clear with my fucking question, and you were very clear with your stupid answer.
Hey, Katie. Would you like to do the honors?
No.
No, you want me to do the honors?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, Norm, just to let you know, you've proven to be the dumbest person that we've spoken to today. You've said things that are both untrue in academia. They were untrue in the 50s when you claimed they weren't. We may have not started separating sex and gender in academia in the 50s, but socially we were separating them well before this. Long before this. You don't know how sex works. You don't know how gender works. You don't know what the word necessary means. You don't know that people from Scotland can have different intonations in their Scottish accents. You quite literally lied and said I'm a therapist when you meant massage therapist. Norm, I hope you have the day you deserve. And I hope that day involves you eating every piece of burnt chicken KFC puts out in an evening. Have a good day, but I hope the good day doesn't have you. Thanks for playing, Norm. Holy shit. When he
Joe,
said
of course his
massage
name is
therapist.
Norm.
God damn, when he said massage therapist, I lost my shit.
That's happened before. That's not the first time someone's done that in a on a debate.
Are we sure?
Oh,
massage?
did my headphones die?
They might have. I'm
No.
talking. Can you hear me?
No, I'm good.
Okay. This motherfucker said massage therapist. Shout out to Misha. Shout out to we got a few people that sent to boot him at the same time. Val, no, I promise. I've been in the process of the move, so I haven't gotten to the email yet. But I promise you, I'm going to get you out those headphones before the holiday. I promise. But thank you for the Cash App. And Eliana, thank you for the Venmo. That was insane, dude. He said massage therapist, bro. Oh my god. Do you see why I was excited for that call?
Bro, he was so hot from the get-go, and all it was chromosomes. It's like you've got absolutely, like, you haven't even got past the bare bones of the fucking argument, and you're gonna come on a live like that with me and Jovan in this topic of conversation? No. Come on.
Well,
call someone else. Call someone bad at this.
Well, up next, this can't be real, Pillow. These have to be fake calls today, dude. Hold on, I have to title the Norm video. This can't be real. Okay. Well, up next, coming into the stream is Kevin. Now, Kevin also doesn't think trans men and women are women. Kevin, he's watched Charlie Kirk for a while. Okay, Kevin even attended Charlie Kirk's funeral and shares his beliefs and wants to debate what he learned from watching Kirk. Kevin, welcome to the show. If you can hear me, please provide me your age and your pronouns.
I'm 43 and my pronouns are he, him. First time I've done that.
Okay, and now, Kevin, you don't think trans women are women. Let's hear and trans men are men. Let's hear your Charlie Kirk defense.
Well, let's start by maybe a couple quick definitions. What is a woman?
Sorry, Katie.
You're
Katie,
muted.
I got you. Katie, if you would do the honors, please.
Yeah, I would say a woman is an adult person whose gender identity aligns with their schema of female.
So not an adult human female?
Yeah, I would not use that definition. I would say that's outdated.
So I wonder when it changed. So I'm, like I said earlier, I'm 43, and I guess they didn't teach me this in school. It like, when there's kind of like a turn, right? When did it become more predominant? I never grew up with this shit, and I'm just curious. Like,
when did what become more predominant?
The trans movement.
Trans movement has probably picked up a lot of momentum in the recent years, as has any other movement, because media and social media and the internet and the way information is exchanged is a lot quicker. So.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. People need language to know what they're a part of. You can't know that you're a part of something if you don't know that there's a term for it. So people who are trans are now discovering, hey, there's words to describe the experience I'm having.
Okay. And so, yeah, like I noted in my initial call-in that I've been watching Charlie for a while. I'm definitely not a master debater for sure, but I just wanted to discuss, and I've been listening to you guys for the last hour and a half, so I understand your positions.
Okay.
Did you have any questions for me?
Well, wait.
Okay.
I guess I'm just confused.
No, go ahead, Jovan. I'm actually going to take a minute to get a drink and put my headphones on charge for like 5 minutes because they cut out.
Go ahead. Kevin, I'm a little confused. You don't believe trans men and women are men and women, correct?
Correct.
And why do you think they can't be?
I guess you could say it's what I was raised with, but I understand that not evolution, but what your colleague said earlier is that it's likely a right comment in saying that the evolution of the internet and social media has definitely kind of carried this ideology to another level, right?
Sure. Do you think it's possible that the way we've been categorizing people by gender has been, I won't say incorrect, but has been lacking in human time?
Not really.
You don't think it's been lacking. So do you think that the definition adult human female is a complete definition?
No, it's a short definition.
No, when I say complete, I mean, do you view it as like an all-encompassing definition? Like, do you think it categorically, it categorizes humans effectively?
Yes.
Okay. So let's analyze that. Adult human female as your definition of woman. What would a female be?
Well, female is sex related, and it's kind of what your biology and gonads are when you're born.
Sure. What is necessary for someone to what is the trait? Because if we're looking at categorization, the way we categorize things is we can either strictly categorize them using exclusionary categories, or we can non-strictly categorize them using familial or cluster categorization. Which way do you think is probably the better way to categorize females? Do you think we should have a strict category for what female is, meaning there are things that will not be considered female unless you possess specific trait, or do you think we should loosely categorize them and allow for shared traits?
No, because I believe that sex is defined when you're born, and a female can have a baby and a male cannot.
Okay, so that what I'm just trying to boil down with you is whether or not you believe the way we should be categorizing people. So again, when I'm looking at humans, do you think we should be categorizing humans in strict category ways, or do you think we should be categorizing humans in less strict category ways?
So strict as it relates to what?
Okay, so like if I were to try to categorize a shape, right? Let's say I wanted to categorize a square. The categorization for a square is pretty strict. A square needs to be a shape with four sides. Right? It needs to have 4 equal sides with 4 right angles and 2 sets of perpendicular lines. It has to have these things. If it has anything else, it's not a square, right? If it's missing one of those things, it's not a square. This is strict. But if I were to say to you, hey, Norm, can you tell me what is needed for me to categorize something to be a game? How would you do that? Like, what would need to exist? What would something have to possess in order for it to be a game?
I'm Kevin. You had Norm earlier.
Oh, sorry, Kevin. Kevin, my apologies. I do that sometimes. If I say the previous guest's name so many times, it just becomes the name that I'm. So Kevin, I'm sorry. Kevin, how would you categorize a game? What would you say is necessary for something to possess in order for it to be in the category game?
Category game? What do you mean by that?
Game. Game. If I were to say this thing is a game, what must it possess to be a game? Just like we're saying what something must possess to be a square.
Right. So if we're talking about male and female sex, it's very specific in the categorization.
Okay. So that means it would be a specific category. So there must be a necessary condition or conditions that something must possess in order to be female. What would be the thing that is necessary to possess in order to be female?
Uterus.
Okay, so all females must have a uterus, otherwise they will not be a female.
Well, you get a hysterectomy. I guess that doesn't really remove your womanhood, I guess. Not womanhood, sorry. Your female status.
Okay, what about females that are born without a uterus? What are they? I guess they wouldn't be female, so what would they be?
Well, then there's a discussion of chromosomes, but I'm not a. I don't really get deep dive into that XXXY and but yeah, I don't. So is it the same as like? So if we're just saying a uterus defines a woman and a being is born without a uterus, and I use my categorization, then they're technically not a female, correct?
So if we use your categorization, yes, any female that does not possess a uterus would not be female. They would have to be something else.
Right.
If we go by that categorization.
Right. So if we talk about XX and XY, how often do we defer, like percentages or rough percentages, do we defer from that norm?
So when we're talking about conditions that are necessary to be in a category, you can have zero exceptions. The minute you have an exception, that necessary condition is no longer necessary. The frequency could be 1 in a billion. That 1 disproves that rule because necessary conditions are rules that must be 100% of the time.
So is it kind of like if you're born without a uterus, you're not a female, so males are not born without uteruses, so they're not female?
So when it comes to categorizing sex, we can't really categorize sex as strictly as you're trying to do it. It just doesn't really work with the way humans have evolved and the way that humans develop sexually. When it comes to sex, we tend to categorize in what is called familial or cluster categorization scientifically, which is where we take a bunch of different properties that this thing might have, and there's some overlap, and you don't need to possess any one thing or multitudes of things. You just, if you possess some of these, you categorize this way. So the difference is that when it comes to cluster categorization, we can't exclude something from this just because it doesn't meet because it's not meeting a condition. So
what if you were to take the uterus out of the equation and say the organs in the body that create estrogen versus testosterone?
Well, men and women, like males and females, both create estrogen and testosterone. It's just the amounts are different.
What just prevails in a female versus a male?
Yeah, it's just the amounts are different. So like you're producing estrogen right now. So it can't be that you have that your body produces estrogen because yours does, mine does. What instead we need to look at when it comes to gender is instead we need to look at the mind. We need to look at the way that our brains identify. Because sex is too varied for us to have some biological trait that leads you to be a man or a woman. Because not everyone's going to possess that trait. So therefore, when you give a definition like adult human female, there are going to be people who don't meet that category of female. So your definition would leave them out, even though scientifically and categorically they are female. Your definition would leave them out. Whereas a definition like the one that I use, the one that Katie uses, which is an adult human whose gender identity aligns with their schema on the female sex, leaves out nobody and includes nobody that wouldn't be a woman. It leaves out all people that aren't women and includes every single person that is a woman.
Is there any trans on the panel?
Katie is trans non-binary, yes.
Okay.
But like I wouldn't use trans as a noun, right? It's people aren't. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. That's why I'm telling you. Like in the future,
Yeah.
don't refer to people as a trans. They are trans people.
Trans
Just
people,
like it would
okay.
be weird if you were like, are there any blacks on the panel, right? Like that would be weird, right? That'd be a weird way to refer to it.
Well, Charlie used that term sometimes. He didn't mean it derogatory. He just references people by...
I know Charlie says he didn't use it derogatory, but he absolutely did use it derogatory. He used it to remove the humanity of these people.
Yeah,
Right.
language around these things is actually extremely important. Like, we can look at this as like a overarching pattern in society where language is deliberately used to dehumanize a group, and that leads to further dehumanization. And like, there are neurology studies that show with race as well that people, when they look at someone of a different race, they see photos, their brain recognizes them as objects, not people. Like, they literally light up different areas of the brain.
I understand. Yeah.
Like, these
Makes sense.
things are a lot more important than, and that's the problem with someone like Charlie Kirk, is regardless of whether what his deep down intention is, none of us can ever confirm that. It doesn't matter. What he was doing was wrong, and he wasn't listening to people telling him why it was wrong.
Right. Well, he just had an opinion like everybody else, right?
And he wouldn't listen
guess...
to people telling him why that opinion was wrong and harmful. That's someone who doesn't care. That's a bad person.
I wouldn't say Charlie Kirk just had an opinion. I think Charlie Kirk was a tool used by a... it could lead us into a different conversation, but I think Charlie Kirk was a tool used by fascism to spread misinformation in order to get people on the side of a fascist government.
Well, there you go. He did a good job.
I wouldn't deny that he did do a good job at that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're saying what the negative that his rhetoric brought. No, I'm not even from the United States. I'm from Canada. And so, I mean, things are fairly similar up here, but I do a lot of traveling into the United States, and I know it's interesting to me. This is why, I don't necessarily side in everything that Charlie said, but I get to see the contrast of what's out there, which I didn't see growing up, right? I grew up in a small town, majority Caucasian, and, now it's changing, and it's great. I invite, multicultural. And if you know Canada, Toronto, or maybe what lies people tell you about it, but it's very multicultural. It's very accepting.
Okay. Well, was there any other questions you had for us, Norm? Or not Norm, sorry. God damn, Kevin. Kevin, was there any other questions you had for us, Kevin?
No. So, let me just think here for a quick sec. So, what do they, like trans people, some people say they have a mental illness. Like, what's going on there?
Those people are wrong. But go ahead, Katie.
Those people don't understand what mental illnesses are, because for something to be, just because something is mental doesn't ultimately make it an illness. And I think that's the conflation most people are making. They're saying if it's mental, therefore mental illness. But memory is mental. Memory isn't a mental illness, right? So what we have to see is some kind of dysfunction or disorder, and being transgender doesn't inherently lead to any dysfunction or disorder.
Right. So it could be transgender, in combination with maybe some other mental issues. I suffer from bipolar disorder, and I take meds for that.
Yeah, well,
so,
that's the thing is we do see that transgender people are highly likely to suffer a mental illness, but this is because of other factors. It's nothing to do with them being transgender.
It's likely
and
social pressure.
Anything that is to do with that, it's to do with how society treats transgender people. It's not inherent to being transgender.
And so is the idea, like, when you become transgender, that you want to conform with, I guess, the idea of a woman?
Well, you don't. Okay, well, first of all, you don't become transgender, right? It's just something that like you have a biological predisposition to, and then that's gonna come to actualization around the ages 4 to 7. but it
So,
it
so do you
depends
think
on
that?
each individual's experience of gender, right?
Yeah. Do you think that like because there's more transgender people and they're in the school systems that they may influence children on the path that they're on, maybe that they're content being male or female, and then that changes.
No, I don't think so. Because I
So the
don't
word's
think that the number of
grew,
transgender
right?
people. Hold on. I
Okay.
don't think that the number of transgender people has actually increased. I think that more transgender people are just out.
Okay. So it's like I want to ask the question. Why can't we just be gay? I don't understand, but
Because that
I
is a
mean, I
different
do
thing.
understand. I do understand more actually after we've had this conversation. I appreciate it, and I said that.
Right, so
Go
those are,
ahead.
hold on, let me actually respond to that. Those are two
Sure.
totally different things, right? A person can be both transgender and gay. I am a trans non-binary person who is also demi-pan, which is just like everyone goes, oh, this is too much. These are just new words, but the things that they are describing, the experience that these things are describing have always been there. It's just that we're having new
Right.
language to adapt it, and there's nothing wrong with having language to express things.
Right. Okay.
I think
Yeah.
people
So
like to conflate all of this having all of these words and stuff into this big huge deal, but it's just deepening our understanding
and I think every human in the world just wants to be accepted, right?
to a certain extent, yeah.
Right. Okay. Did you guys have any other questions for me?
I don't think so.
Nope. No.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I wasn't as spicy as I thought I was going to be, but I I guess you could say I'm outgunned here. I've only watched a little bit and researched myself and understand like what is I before we jumped on the call. I like what is sex and gender. What is gender? And it talks about not only the reference back to female or male. It talks about more of a social thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a social cultural experience. So that's going to come down to each individual person's experience of that. And that's why me and Jovan use the definition that we do, because it recognizes that even though we as a collective make these categories, each individual person experiences their alignment with the category differently. And we can have a collective understanding of a category and still allow individuals to choose
Okay.
to express which category they belong in, not choosing the category, to be clear.
So what is it that society can do to maybe improve the situation and understanding?
Generally just actually accept individuals at their word rather than fighting to go, you can't be having this experience because I don't understand it, which is most of what people are doing to trans people. Is I don't believe that you experience your gender the way you say you do because I'm not experiencing gender that way. It doesn't just,
How does
okay, so
someone
what, right?
recognize that they're trans?
The same way that someone recognizes that they're cis. When you get between the ages
Okay.
of 4 to 7, you recognize, you look around you at people and the social categories that exist around you, and then you recognize yourself reflected within them. So for someone who is a woman, whether they're transgender or cisgender, at some point they look around, they see all of the people that society has told them are girls, and they go, I am one of them.
Okay. So like before the call, like I grew up in 1982. I was born in 1982. It just wasn't. I guess It was the advent of the internet. It has to be and that I think is the ultimate downfall of what's going on in the world. To be honest, internet, social media, it's just too much. Don't you agree?
Sorry, I was out for. I'm lagging a little bit, so I didn't hear that last part.
Okay, no problem. I actually forget, so probably wasn't that important. And I've actually never. I just was cruising through YouTube. I've never seen the channel or you guys before, and just wanted to I saw it was an opportunity to call in. Figured I'd try it out and have a chat.
All right. Well, Kevin, thank you. Thank you for calling in. If you ever want to call back and learn some more, then feel free. And we hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, you as well. Thanks, guys and girls.
Close enough.
he had the spirit. He had the spirit. He was
the aim was to be inclusive. It just wasn't inclusive enough.
Before we move on, we have a couple more people in the call-in queue. The call lines are closed moving forward, but we still have some more people to get to. Before we do, let's just do our housekeeping here, which is to say thank you to Adenza for subscribing with their Amazon Prime. Thank you to Nay Bume for subscribing on Twitch for 1 month at Tier 1. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to the 2 people who became members over on YouTube, which were Addy the Fatty, and then it's not showing me who the other person was. But thank you for becoming members over on the YouTube page. Thank you for Wholesome Boss, Mr. Randy, and KG4K Gang for becoming members as well. Thank you for the people that sent Cash Apps and Venmos as tips. Thank you for supporting the stream. I hope you guys are enjoying the nighttime streams. I definitely am way more awake at night, if you haven't been noticing. It's been way easier for me to be here and present during a nighttime stream than it is for me during the day. Thank you if you're watching over on Instagram. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're watching over on Facebook, for some reason, thank you for enjoying the stream over on Facebook. We're going to get our next person up here and continue with the debates. We got to get through 4 more calls before stream ends, so we're going to get through those 4 more calls. All right. Coming up to the show next, we have Charlie. Now, Charlie is pro-life and wants to debate abortion from a non-theistic standpoint. So, Charlie, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
28, he, him.
Okay, Charlie, you can debate abortion from a non-theistic standpoint. I actually can't wait. Very rare that I find pro-lifers that can do that. So, Charlie, what is the justification? What is the justified reason why someone should not have an abortion?
So I would be considered, and you have actually assisted me with this, because I am a return caller and I have called several times before. And
this is that Charlie. Hi, Charlie.
Yeah, hi, Jovan. And hi, Katie. I would now consider myself a secular humanist. So in order to be a secular humanist, in order to espouse this idea and this belief practice, I basically think that if you're to be like a pro-life humanist, I would argue that there's an ethical inconsistency. If humanism demands that we extend rights to the marginalized and reject violence against the defenseless, then elective abortion would undermine that. And that's basically my argument.
The only issue would be humanism very much puts an emphasis on sentience, because humanism doesn't count for humans that do not have the ability to experience. That's why even under secular humanism, you would be able to pull the plug on somebody who's brain dead, because there's no experience that you're harming there.
Yes, and I understand that. Through the research I've done on being a secular humanist or secular humanism, that is one of the things that I did learn, which is the fact that they will necessarily end the life of somebody that is basically on death's door already, if the circumstances are appropriate, and if there are no other options. Basically, it's a last resort kind of situation. And my only argument against abortion is that I do not think that abortion is a cure-all and would not be a last resort unless absolutely necessary, because I do believe that we have several other remedies in place that I think need to be looked at first until, in order to have the abortion conversation.
So the only thing I'll say is that even the staunchest pro-choicer will tell you, when I'm pro-choice on both sides, that a person should be able to have an abortion if they want and be able to have a child if they want. One of the largest reasons why people are not able to have children is because of finances. So, like, they are not actually making a choice. Yeah, they're not actually making a choice. The choice is being made for them. They are not financially able to care for the child. So yes, I mean, I'm a communist. I believe that, like, every person should have their needs met. And by doing this, it would make it so that more people would want to give birth because they wouldn't live in poverty.
Right, yes. And so it's more of a socioeconomic issue rather than it is like a moral one.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the legalization of it for sure, like whether abortion is legal or illegal, right. I think would, but there is still a moral discussion that people have in whether or not it's right to kill a fetus or not.
Right. I would argue ethically it is immoral, and I would not. The reasoning is not because of a divine creator or anything like that. It would be purely secular. But I also do not think that it should be illegal. So I kind of stand on this weird precipice of I don't like. Okay, so it's not that I think abortion should be legal. 1, 2. I do believe that all other options should be considered first before the choice is made. 3, I do believe in bodily autonomy. But 4, I also believe in protecting the marginalized, and that would be the unborn child. So these 4 tenets of my thought process are leading me into a pro-life stance, but also giving people the choice, but only if the necessity is paramount.
Well, so here's the thing. I would say it's always necessary to have an abortion if you do not consent to being pregnant. Then it's necessary that we get that person an abortion.
And I agree with you, but not consensual, non-consensual pregnancies make up less than 2% of the abortions that we have.
Yes and no. You have to, like, while I agree with you that financial abortions, people aren't having a choice, but they're still removing consent to being pregnant because of that reason, right? So even if we lifted all financial burdens, we would still have people that want to get abortions just because they don't consent to being pregnant anymore. But in the long and short of it, I hate that you waited 2 hours, because this is where this call is going to end. Not end, but this is where this conversation is probably going to hit a stopping point, because you don't want to make abortion illegal. You're pro-choice. You personally are pro-life. Like, you personally might not like abortion and think that the person you're with should have an abortion. That's fine. But because you don't want to restrict other people's access to abortion, that's a pro-choice position.
And I would say yes. The thing is it's like we've had the conversation before. It's like the being on the political spectrum is a spectrum. There's no just purely left and purely right. Like you're like, I'm a lefty fat black guy on whatever you've said, but or a communist, and then I'll be like, oh, well, I'm MAGA or I'm Republican. It's like, it's a spectrum. So I don't think it's just one or the other. And that's kind of where my brain is going and how my thought process is going, especially being someone who is newly discovered secular humanist. I would not remove someone's ability or not restrict their ability to be able to have the choice to have an abortion, but I would instead try to implement all of the systems that we need in order to kind of change the social zeitgeist on having frequent abortions, or that being the catch-all cure-all, where there could be other options. There could be adoption, there could be social programs, there could be these things. You know, if everybody in America donated $1, then we wouldn't have as many abortions as we do now. And even now, it's not even that much. But the rate of the decline has gone down.
But I do want to nail you like home with this. You personally, Charlie, you believe that the right to abortion should never be taken away from somebody.
Yes.
That's pro-choice. Katie, you're muted.
Okay, I guess I'm pro-choice.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Ahead.
Sorry.
Katie
Yeah,
was muted. Go ahead,
like,
Katie.
Definitionally, like the only necessary condition to being pro-choice is holding that belief. So.
Okay. Well, I can understand that. Then I guess I would be pro-choice. But yeah, I guess as Jovan said, my personal, but also I would extend this to societal, is instead of having the conversation of whether or not someone is pro-choice or pro-life, because the social schema that we have with these terms is when someone says, and this is just layman's, when someone says, oh, I'm I'm pro-choice, then the idea that people will get in their head is not going to be the same across the board. And the same thing goes as I'm pro-life.
And I think that's true. I think that's very true, and I've encountered like many people that think that way, and they make assumptions based on you being pro-choice. But like that's just people that are forgetting and really not doing justice to what a serious conversation the pro-choice conversation actually is. And that's why me and Jovan will stick to that, is that fundamentally at the core of the movement of what we stand for, pro-choice is just allowing abortion to be legal. That's all we want.
Right. Not so. Now, Jovan has made the argument before, and I don't want to put words in Jovan's mouth, but as the readily availability of abortion and safe practices when it comes to abortion is also part of that conversation, because you can have it be legal, but then at the same time, that doesn't necessarily mean it's readily accessible.
Right. But I assume you would agree still. Do you not think it should be accessible?
No, I would still agree. Like the same thing as being secular humanist is like pro LGBTQIA plus rights and liberties. You know, all of it is about basically you do not discriminate against the marginalized people, right? You're all about giving the rights to people that obviously they deserve them, because at the end of the day, we're all human. And I believe that we all have some, worth, and that means something, whether we agree on what that is or not. I do believe that as many people deserve rights as anybody else, but having access to those rights and is part of where I think that, and I'm not a doctor and I'm not a licensed physician, and I can't espouse and I can't, give anybody anything in regards to a diagnosis. But I don't want it to be necessarily so cure-all is my thing. Is I think we can have this conversation, and I know that Planned Parenthood does do this. I know that Planned Parenthood does actually, you go in and it's not like, hey, I want an abortion right now. They'll talk to you about your options. They'll talk to you about, well, maybe we can consider adoption. Maybe we can consider social programs. Maybe we can consider having some financial assistance if one of your biggest concerns, and 75% of people that get abortions' biggest concerns is finances. Maybe they need more social economic assistance. It's like these things that we as a society have to put in place in order to combat this idea that people on the right or more religious people would say are part of the reasons why they're like, well, we're pro-life, because all these people want to do is just kill our babies.
Yeah, but that's still a pro-choice position at the end of the day. That you think that like the resources people should have should be open so that they can choose to have a, so that the only choice they actually make is whether they want to be pregnant, not can I afford this, things like that.
Right. Well, it's because I think the only thing is like,
unless I missed, did I miss something? I was reading the text message, so I might have missed something there.
No, it's just I think there's just this like fundamental, like you're talking a lot about the people who think about abortions as something that's fine, like totally fine to do, as if like it's not recognized that it's still a serious decision to make. But abortions aren't like chill to go through. Like even at the early stages, abortions can really suck. Like there's a lot of throwing up involved, shitting, just not a good time for the person experiencing it. So no one is actually treating abortion like it's nothing. That's not happening. It's just that we still think it's okay.
Yes, and no, and to pivot off of that is having more sex education and access to contraceptives, because you can't have an abortion without a pregnant woman, right, or someone with a uterus, right? So that's the qualifier. If you don't have a uterus, you can't get pregnant.
Right.
But in order to prevent the pregnancy, which would then lead to an abortion, then we need to have a greater emphasis on sex education, on access to cheap or perfectly free contraceptive devices, in order to alleviate this not like epidemic, but this social faux pas that people have in regards to, well, it's just something that, and this is predominantly coming from like men or human males, saying that human males, that they see their spouses or their loved ones or the women in their life that have had sex, and it starts at conception, and then to them, they see them as like, well, they get an abortion and it's like nothing to them. And I know that there's psychological, there's also the physiological. Like, it's not a painless process, like you were saying. It's not an easy process.
So you're
it's not an easy decision.
Right. So you're worried about people not being responsible because they don't know the severity of what that means to go through an abortion. And I would agree. I think that people do need to know those things. I think we just eventually will just disagree on the reason as to why these things are important. You think they're important for the protection of human life. I think they're important for the flourishing of sentient people. Like we're gonna just, I think we agree on what is needed in society. It's just that our values, once we get to the bottom of them, are slightly different.
And that's okay. If our values are different, then that's fine. It's not that the ends justify the means per se, but more so just as a society of people.
We want the same thing.
Exactly. We want the same thing.
Yeah.
I have my beliefs, you have your beliefs, but at the end of the day, I want people to have freedom of choice. I also want them to be able to express their bodily autonomy. At the same time, I want to protect the marginalized and the defenseless, however old, young, not here yet, color, sex, whatever. These are things that I think everybody deserves and should have. The reasoning behind them will most likely differ, but they are at the end of the day kind of the same end goal.
All right, well then, Charlie, I think that's all we got for today.
Okay, can I real quick, Jovan? I really do want to thank you. I've been calling in for a couple months now, and every single time we have a talk, I end up learning a lot more and actually doing the research and going into things that I normally wouldn't have. So I very appreciate you and everything you do.
All right, well, dope. Thank you so much, Charlie. I'm glad. We're always glad to see you learning.
All we can do is try.
All right, well, Charlie, you have a great rest of your night, and keep on keeping on, friend. That was Charlie. Charlie, when he first called in, was not pro-trans. Yeah, we changed Charlie in quite a few areas. Now to hear that he's deconstructing from his religion to go to like a secular humanism, ate with that.
I love humanism. It was like the only part of philosophy I enjoyed learning about was humanism. I was like, this is based. But also Carl Rogers, that developed person-first counseling, was also a humanist. So that talks about it.
We got 3 more calls before we end the stream today. So if you have not gotten a super chat that you want me or Katie to read, get those super chats in over on YouTube. We're going to bring up our next caller. Just move right into it so we can get through.
Hold on a second.
What?
That me or Katie can read? I'm not getting paid.
Yeah, no, super chats are read back and forth by the host. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not getting paid though.
Yeah, you still got to read the super chats.
I didn't agree to this.
Yeah. No, you did by joining the live, yeah. You would know this happened if you watched my lives. You would know that this was something that was implemented, but what you're admitting to me here now is you don't watch your friends' lives.
I haven't watched them for a while because you've been doing morning lives.
Oh, should we preview if we get, let me say this. If we get $50 in super chats more from what we have now, we will preview a new piece of merch from the Jovan X Katie collection.
$50 of super chats?
Yeah, I think if we get $50 more in super chats from what we have now, we will give.
How about
we will give chat a taste?
Someone has to send me at least like £10 on something. I need money. I'm poor right now. I'm in debt badly.
So if Katie gets $10,
look, people are asking. Someone said, "Do any of the donations go to Katie?" Right? Not $10. $10 is nothing. Conversion.
I don't know what $10 is in US money.
It's like £5.
What? Oh, yeah.
$10
no,
here is like
what
5.
10 pounds.
It's like,
Yeah, I meant what is 10 pounds in American money.
girl, I don't know. Like $14 something. I don't know. My math isn't mathing. I don't know the conversion rate right now. I just know that it's garbage.
We're gonna move to the next person. We're gonna bring up the next person. Next up on the show, we have Devin. Now, Devin is a Christian and thinks the Christian God is both good and bad, and that is equal. Not more bad, not more good. Well, Devin, welcome to the show. If you can hear me, can you please provide me your age and pronouns?
Yo, age is 23. Pronouns is he, him.
Okay. Now, Devin, you said
that, right?
Yes,
awesome.
We can hear you.
Sorry.
Now, Devin, you said that the good and the bad don't outweigh each other. They equal out. What good that God has done equals allowing Moses to take 32,000 child sex slaves?
Real quick to answer your question, I will directly answer your question. Don't worry. So what I mean by that, I would like to clarify my position because we might actually agree. I do believe that the Most High God we read in the Bible is capable of doing horrendous things, as we both read. But it's a question to answer that might answer your question. Like what I mean by he's equal of doing both good and bad is, like, I'm sure you're familiar with the commandment that says love their neighbor as yourself, so on and so forth. You familiar with that? And trust me, I'm gonna answer your question directly.
Sure. I'm still waiting for the direct answer. Sure.
So the point I'm being is what people don't understand. A lot of like me, when I say I'm a Christian, I don't really practice Christianity. Because a lot of people who practice Christianity, they dogmatically read things into the Bible without actually analyzing it. As you point out time and time again, I'm not one to deny that God commands genocide and so on and so forth. But when you look at the outline biblical narrative, God is only dealing with his select people who are Israel, and that he would often show his love to his Israelites by destroying or doing heinous things to other nations. A lot of people don't really get that kind of narrative. So that would be, did that make sense? Like, did that answer your question, or
No.
like, you get what I'm saying?
No, I feel like that doesn't answer my question at all.
Okay, react to question so I can try repackaging. My bad.
Yeah. You said that it's equal, the good and bad are equal. What good things have equaled out 36,000 childhood sex or 32,000 child sex slaves?
Again, like I said, because actually, watch this. Okay, so when I read the biblical narrative, I see a God that's he says just like he can kill, he could also bring life. So those 32,000 you said, child sex slaves, is what you said?
Yep, 32,000 child sex slaves, yeah.
There's also 32,000 kids who are not sex slaves as well. And again, I'm not sitting here and saying like that's a justification or anything like that, but what my point is, just like we see a whole lot of evil, a whole lot of bad, that God is capable of doing, we also see a whole lot of good that God is also capable of doing. For example, I was never, thank God, or thank the universe, whoever anyone believes in, I was never mistreated as a kid, but I know a lot of kids were not as fortunate. That same God or that the universe, whatever one wants to believe, that's capable of doing these things to children, is also the same one or the same thing that's able to give children a blessed life. Does that make sense?
I think you're talking. I think you're talking past the point. The point is that there's no good reason to believe the Christian God is good. And by you saying that he's capable of both good and bad is irrelevant, because if we're talking about the Christian God, he's all powerful, which means he's capable of anything. We're making a claim about like his character. His character is not good,
I agree,
and we don't think there's
that's
any
what I'm
reason
saying,
his
because
character
I
is good.
believe the line of questioning, or not the line of questioning, like the thing, the number 4 thing is coming. It's like a loaded question that is like, it has a preconceived notion that the God of the Bible is all good. So I'm bringing in a more nuanced take, whereas because I understand what you're saying. Like,
But we do.
Feel like I'm,
Well,
I'm kind of
the thing
yeah.
is, the reason we say that. No, I'm sorry, Devin. The reason that we say that is because we
You're good.
specify the Christian God, and the way that we would collect the information about what is the Christian God would be the Bible, right? So that's why we have these presuppositions about who the Christian God is, because that is laid out in the Bible.
I'm sorry, may you
If you
please
don't believe what the
rephrase? I don't know what you
Bible,
mean.
well, you're saying that we're presupposing things about God, about being all good and things like this, but we are getting that information about what God is from the Bible. Because if you're just going to say, I don't believe everything the Bible says about the Christian God, then the Christian God can be anything that you want it to be, and that's totally cool. I'm not going to tell you you can't have that belief. But
That's
it
cool.
means
I
nothing
would disagree with that,
to
because
us when we're talking about Christianity.
The Bible never says that God is all good, and never says that. And if you could try to pull up a verse, I know Jovan has Google at his right hand, which is amazing. You're going to find verses that shows how God is loving. You're also going to pull up verses that demonstrate how God is terrible at the same time. There's
Psalm
not one verse that says God is all
145,
good.
Psalm 145, 9. The Lord is good to all. He has compassion on all he has made.
Does it say he's all good, or does it say he's good to all?
I don't think he is good to all.
Would being good to all not mean you were an all good being?
No, because once again, people have to understand this, but we would be taking the Bible too literally. Because one, like in 1 John, I believe, or not 1 John, in 1 John 3, I believe it says that Demetrius has a good report of all men. Hypothetically speaking, you don't know the Demetrius in the Bible. I don't. Neither does Miss Katie here. But so when the Bible says Demetrius has a good report of all men, if you're going to take that literally, when it says all men, you would have to say every single human being on planet Earth. But that's just not the case. So we can't just take the entire Bible literally, like for what it says. 1, 2, let's just hypothetically say it is saying that. The ultimate goal of this God in the Bible is to save the entire planet Earth. When you read prophecies like Malachi 2, or Malachi 4, Isaiah 2, God's going to save his people and then save the entire planet Earth after that. And everyone's going to live in peace, so on and so forth. So those 32,000 kids you reported being flesh slaves and so on and so forth, that's not going to be happening when he sends his son back hypothetically, that's the biblical narrative. Even if you disagree or don't believe in the Bible, that's the biblical narrative.
I mean, cool, Devin.
You
just conceded the debate, though. We said there's no good reason to believe the Christian God is good, and you said, yeah, the Bible doesn't affirm that he's this all good being. So yeah, the Christian God is evil.
Again, no. Not to cut you off, because again, my point was never
real quick.
Real
quick. I just want to John 1:5.
Yeah.
God is light, and in him is no darkness at all. I think this affirms that he's an all good being.
That's once again, I respect your opinion, but then when you read like things like Isaiah 45:7, it would have to. They would not disagree with it, but it would your understanding of
all you're doing.
Hold on, real quick.
Sorry, Mr. Devon, because I miss Katie for some fucking reason. Mr. Devon, you're just telling us that the Bible contradicts itself, and we would agree. Yes, the Bible is full of contradictions.
Please let me finish.
Yes, that's all you're saying.
I promise you that's not what I'm doing. If I could just.
You've already done it. You can't.
No,
hold on. You cannot undo. Don't stop calling me ma'am or miss.
I was literally in the middle.
My name. Stop calling me ma'am or miss. Stop calling me ma'am or miss. My name is Katie. You already know my name. Just use my name the same way you would for Jovan. You don't have to change it because I'm female. Thank you. Right.
My bad.
So you've already made the contradiction. Nothing you can do going forward. Yes, you did.
No,
yes,
I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Because
oh my god. This is not right.
Do you know what? Yeah, go finish. Go finish and somehow undo a contradiction you already made.
Thank you. I'm not undoing anything. If you would just let me finish, like I was saying, his understanding of John, or I believe you said John 5, is what's contradicting. Because again, when you have to understand with the biblical narrative, these people like Peter, James, they're giving their commentary on the Old Testament scripture. What they say is not emphatic. The entire Bible is not the word of God. So what John says doesn't necessarily have to be true. Like we see, there's a key character in the New Testament named Paul. He had to be corrected sometimes because some of the same things he was saying was incorrect. So like I was just trying to say.
Did God physically write?
Katie.
Did God? No,
I promise you. I promise you. I was about to wrap up. I promise you. So like I would say his understanding would make it seemingly contradict, but when you look at the outline biblical narrative, it's not contradicting each other. It's Isaiah 5:7 clearly says God is both responsible for light, dark, so on and so forth. What John is trying to illustrate in that thing was that the God that they're believing in, and that it promotes goodness, because when we see darkness happening, it's people who disobey him and so on and so, people who doesn't love. So John, the audience are people who believe that God loves them. And I'll yield. I'm doing a lot of talking. Thank you for letting me finish.
Devin, how did the child sex slaves disobey God? How did they live in darkness?
This is going to get a little bit theologically deep here. So when we look at the biblical narrative, people often use the term YOLO, you only live once. When you look at the biblical narrative, people have lived past lives, their spirit are being renewed. So they might have done something 3 to 4 generations before, and they're paying for what they did on this new life. Someone being born might be paying for the crimes of their forefather, or they may be paying for a thing they did back in the past. A lot of Christians don't really analyze this. A lot of Christians just, like I said, rely on Christian dogma or dogma from Christianity without analyzing the text. Reincarnation is a biblical thing. That's a fair question, though.
So the reason why God allowed 32,000 sex slaves is because they're all being punished for something they don't remember doing.
For a past life, absolutely. And this is what I'm talking about. From our human perspective, it seems seemingly wrong. And I could admit.
Oh, he's one of these people, right?
Hold on. Can I please?
Can Katie finish? You don't let Katie finish a single time.
Girl, can I finish anything that I said?
Talking.
You've talked for so. You have talked. No, dude, Devin, you have been talking for such a long time, and 90% of what you say is nothing to do with the questions that me and Jovan have been asking you. You ramble on about things that are not relevant to the question. Nothing that you're talking about right now.
I just want to real quick, and then I'm going to let Katie go because it's my show and I decide who goes. I just real quick, Hebrews 9:17, it is appointed for man to die once, and after that comes judgment. Anyway, Katie, Katie, you can
I respond to that, please?
No, Katie's going to talk now.
See, that's just not fair. Go ahead. That's crazy. Go right ahead.
Do you know what?
I respect
We're
it.
not
I
fair
just don't think
here.
that. I think that's
We're
bad
not
faith.
fair here
But go right
today.
ahead.
Just like it's not fair that I have to listen to you ramble about what you specifically believe the Bible to mean. This is not fair, right?
Come on, bro.
Anyway,
That is crazy. Go
you
right ahead.
are
I can't do anything against your show. I'll
pick
respect your platform, but that's very bad faith.
Okay, well, you're muted now, so Katie can have a chance to talk. It's been 12 minutes, and Katie has barely said a word. Go ahead, Katie.
How are you deciding which parts of the Bible are God's words versus which part aren't when God didn't physically write the Bible?
Say that question one more time.
How are you
You kind of cut off me. I'm
deciding?
sorry.
How are you deciding which words in the Bible are God's word versus which word are not when we know that God didn't physically write the Bible, so all of it has come from man?
Beautiful question, because you would literally find places where God says, "Thus saith the Lord," or a prophet like Isaiah would say, "And the Lord says this," so on and so forth. When you read the things in the New Testament, like Hebrews, these are men who are giving their perspective on the things that were written beforehand. And then two, to respond what Jovan said about the Hebrews 9, that was talking about that one lifetime. I cannot, because a lot of people believed in, sorry, I choked on my spit. A lot of people believed in I could die, come back to life, so on and so forth. If people were being resurrected, but they believe that they could just resurrect off a whim. That's just not necessarily true. But I answered your question, yes.
See, now you're doing that thing where you start rambling about something completely irrelevant to the questions that I'm asking you. This is not productive to the debate. So I am going to interrupt. I am going to interrupt when you start rambling about something that is irrelevant to the conversation at hand, right? You're saying that you can tell because in the Bible it says so. It says that this is God's word. It says that this is prophecy. Therefore it is. But did God write the Bible?
No.
So why couldn't it be that people were lying?
That's a beautiful question. Because when you look at prophecy, right, when you look at the word prophecy means to tell something before it happens, we see things like that happening. For example, you might think it's a ramble, but just please let me lay my claim. And I appreciate the time you guys are both giving me. So like we read Isaiah 44:28, where this man, Isaiah, he could have been a seeming liar, he predicts a Persian king of the name Cyrus, that he was going to rededicate the temple, so on and so forth. And then when you look at when Isaiah was written, it was written between 740 to 700 BCE. When you look at when King Cyrus reigned, he was born about 590, 580 BCE. He reigned about 540, 530 BCE. Point is, this man, Isaiah, or whoever wrote the book of Isaiah, was able to predict a Persian king by name and tell us what he was going to do way before he was even born, 200 years, if I'm not mistaken. So there's things like that could show you the difference between Jovan writing something
watch this.
and then, something coming from God.
Watch this. I'm going to make a prediction. Jovan is going to say Katie is my best friend.
Come on. That's bad faith. Come on. Can we have a real conversation?
No, it's absolutely not bad faith. It is a perfect elaboration as to why somebody saying something happening, and actually it's more likely, right? It's more likely that when it's something as big as Christianity and religion, for people to look and go, oh, in the book of the thing that I believe in that underlines everything about life to me, it says that this is going to happen. Oh, look at that. There's a movement of people doing that thing. Therefore, I'm going to go do it. Therefore, this thing happens, right? Prophecy is nothing, especially in a huge thing like Christianity, where people can read it and be influenced by it, and therefore they're fulfilling it with the intention of using that as evidence, but they're doing it deliberately.
Just real quick, in actual Bible academia, the book of Isaiah has been dated to have been written around the Babylon exile, which means it was written at the time Cyrus was rising to power. It was not written before Cyrus was born. It was written while he was currently rising to power. That is the current accepted in both Christian and non-Christian biblical scholars' view is that Isaiah, which was a book not written by one person, was written by multiple authors, did not predict King Cyrus. It was written at the time of Cyrus's rise.
Beautiful. Two things. One, I appreciate you taking the time to look that up. However, I like how you only pointed out one piece of that nuanced scholarly debate, because you're absolutely right. There was numerous. Some say it was tritos, or some it was divided into three: Trito Isaiah, Deutero Isaiah, and then Tertiary Isaiah. That's one scholarly consensus, and then you have another one where it's written by one man. So I think it's funny that you only pointed out one.
No, the overall scholarly consensus is that Isaiah was written at the time of the Babylon exile.
I didn't finish. Even if you don't like what I'm saying, please let me finish. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible.
Devin, it's not respect to tell me how to talk on my show. I'm going to let you know. That's not respect. Homie, I'm going to mute you. I don't care, right? I will interrupt whenever I want because I'm the host and it's my show. So I will interrupt anybody. I interrupt Katie. I interrupt whoever. And my interruption is to say that the scholarly consensus is that Isaiah was not writing prophecy.
That's just bad faith, respectfully. But
it's not bad faith. I don't think you know what bad faith means.
I respect that. It's your show.
I don't think you know what bad faith means.
I do think that's not a good way to have a consensual debate. But,
I don't care about debating. I don't care I don't care about the meta. I don't care if you think it's a bad way to do debates. I do not care.
Yep.
Again, the scholarly consensus is that Isaiah was not writing prophecy.
And like I said probably before you muted me and said it's your show or whatnot to hang your balls low, was I find it funny that you only pointed out
Devin. Have a good rest of your day.
Tape.
Goodbye. I'm not gonna do it. Dog.
I'm sorry.
You don't get to make the rules here.
When you can tell someone literally is just doing it because they love the sound of their own voice more than anyone else's, it's just fucking annoying. Like, you weren't saying anything that meant fucking anything.
Yeah, you can't not engage in half the conversation and get upset that we're like, no, we're not gonna let you preach for 30 minutes.
The Bible is true because the Bible is true in that, you know?
But yeah. Scholarly consensus disagrees with him, but yeah, it's cool. All right. Let me just write a name for that one. The reason, by the way, he doesn't want us to interrupt is because he wants to be able to preach. That's why he doesn't want us to interrupt.
Oh, yeah, it's also like if he keeps talking, then we don't have the time to point out the intricate reasons as to why his logic isn't logical. It's like he can try and move past the point over and over again. It's just annoying.
Literally. All right, next up we have William. Now, William, who's from the UK, by the way, Katie, supports MAGA, especially when it comes to immigration, and thinks immigration is devastating to the country that receive the immigrants. Let's see how William substantiates that. William, first of all, welcome to the show. If you can hear me, please provide me your age and pronouns.
Hello, I'm 23 and he, him.
Okay, now, William, you're going to tell us that immigration is devastating to the countries that receive it. Let's see, how do you substantiate that in any meaningful way?
So to signpost it, it's not worth it because of the rise in crime rate. It's not the economic powerhouse that the political class thinks it is, and the cultural change.
I'm sorry, which country are you talking about?
Isn't worth it. Just generally, but obviously I am from
okay.
I'm
hoping have a
interface a bit here. I'm hoping you can give like an American perspective. I can give a more like European perspective, if that makes sense.
Sure. Do you have a some sort of academic causality study that shows that immigration leads to a rising crime rate? That's not just like fundamental with a rise in population?
Yeah, so I've got a source from the University of Oxford here, which says that 12.4% of the UK prison population are foreign,
as of June 2025, despite them making up 16% of the total population. Just for one of those points.
Okay, well, that's not a causal study, though. That doesn't tell me the cause of a rising crime rate. It just tells me the prison population. I asked you for a
and using our brains, we can also know that different, immigrants are more likely to be marginalized by police. We see that as a pattern in societies. So
the very first thing that comes up when I look up this from Oxford, one of the key points they make is we cannot precisely compare conviction and incarceration rates among British and non-UK citizens because there are no reliable statistics on the current size of the population, but available statistics can give a rough indication of the trend. So they don't even have...
So, well, here's the thing though.
The full stats.
The government does not like publishing the data because they know the effect it will have. They know that it will reflect some not great statistics, perpetrated by the immigrants, and I believe it is actively suppressed.
Okay, so the reason why we don't know the numbers is the government is suppressing the numbers.
They don't really like putting data out that goes against the multicultural worldview. Sorry, continue, sir.
I mean, that's rich considering that the government is pretty anti-immigrant. I don't know why they would be hiding that information. Which specific numbers are we looking for?
Anti-immigrant?
I think it's relatively. I think it should be more open.
Now, real quick.
What I'm asking for though is which.
Katie, just to give you some further information. At the time of this study, where it said 12.4% of prisoners were non-UK nationals, it just mirrored the population, which was 12% of the overall population in England and Wales were foreign nationals. So this doesn't show. Wait. This just shows that it's staying consistent with population growth. So it's not that foreigners are coming in and causing more crime. It's just consistent with the population growth, like I said. That's why I asked you for causality.
No, I understand. Here's the thing, though. When you're importing immigrants, right, that are meant to strengthen your country in, several ways, you do not want them to equal out like that. You want good behaved. You want lower crime rate than the normal population, right? If you're bringing in people, you're bringing in these resources.
Why?
It would be commensurate with the population growth.
No. Why?
Yes.
If you are bringing in optional people, right, to support your country, right, because the reason we take in immigrants, economic immigrants, is to boost, the economy, supposedly boost the economy, improve the strength in the country. And so why would we want to aim for gold star people, right?
I don't think that we should have this kind of selective process. I think that anyone should be able to immigrate. I don't think that we should be deciding traits. I don't think that we should be. I don't think that we should be deciding traits that we then value over other traits. I think that has historically led to harm.
I mean, it just seems like you're unable, William, to provide us a causal link here. I'm looking for a causal link, and you haven't provided one yet.
No, but you want the crime rate, right?
No, I want a causal link that immigrants lead to a rise in crime, and that is not just commensurate with the population. This is just commensurate with population growth.
When you import people from the third world, you get the third world. If I import people from the Middle East,
William, you're just using coded language because you're trying to be inflammatory. I didn't ask you any of that. I asked you for a source that posits a causality between the rising immigrant population and a rise in crime that is not just commensurate with what we would see from population growth. And in fact, the authors of the study you're quoting said if we were actually going to see a rise, the criminal population should be 15%, but it's not. They're noting that it's just commensurate with population. So do you have that source? Otherwise, I don't want to hear what you think or what your opinions are. I want academic research on this. I want a causal link.
I have some data here, but not the causal link. No, not on me.
Then I'm not worried about a non-causal link. I'm not worried about correlated data. I can correlate anything I want, right? Anything can be correlated. Fun fact, when ice cream sales rise, so do shark attacks. So therefore, ice cream leads to shark
heard
attacks.
that before.
Correlation
That's
doesn't mean
very
anything.
normal.
I need
I
a
think
causal
correlation's
link.
great.
I think what's the most important thing when we're talking about correlation in this kind of sense is to remember the reason that we don't conflate correlation and causal is because of confounding variables. So what you're going to find is with the increase of crime rate, with the increase of immigrants, there's also probably going to be an increase of hate crimes within police. There's also going to be a rise in unfair arrests, all of this kind of thing. You're probably going to find that a lot of things go up at the same rate as those two things do. So it would be silly to say immigration leads to higher crime rates. That would be a silly statement.
Well, here's the thing, though. As you probably know, I mean, you said you're in Scotland, right? So I don't know. Well, you're kind of close by. I believe, I don't know the exact number, but London, the capital city, is minority British now, right? Minority national British, which I would say, and I feel like the majority of people would say, if you have a sovereign country that's meant to be sovereign, right? It's meant to serve the British, because at the end of the day, right? Why does Britain exist? Well, it should, you know, the government should exist to serve British people, right? That's why we have borders. That's why we have countries. And so, you know, if you're doing things that go against...
What are you where are you getting that London is minority British?
You can search it up. It's like pretty well known.
Yeah, I'm searching it up, and that's not what is coming out.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. It's nearing 50-50. My mistake. Nearing 50-50.
Right, so way off minority.
My mistake.
It's not
still 50-50. 50-50 is, it's, you know.
So? Yeah, if we look around the globe at all of the other countries in the world, I bet their populations have spread out a bit more like that too. Especially,
that's
you know,
rough.
the countries that like.
That's a misstep. That's a misstep. Sorry.
No, if you let me finish my sentence, maybe you would not say that, because what I was going to say is, especially when it comes to the countries that have colonized most of the world. Like, we're shocked. The countries that went around the world, that, you know, us, we were big fans of that went around the world saying, we're going to take over your land, we're going to make your land ours. We're shocked now that we have to share our land with people. We're going to be like, how'd that happen?
Yes, that happened, but that doesn't mean we're not sovereign nations, right?
I just feel like you're throwing anything at a wall to try to get to stick, William, instead of being able to give actual causal links to your claims.
We can use logic, right?
What is the value? Sorry,
that's not how logic works.
What's the value in being a sovereign nation?
The value in being a sovereign nation is that you know, as a citizen of that nation, that the government is going to do things in your best interest, right? I should have the comfort of knowing that my government is going to make decisions that serve me as a British person the best, just like, I don't know, someone in Spain would hope that their government, you know, serves the Spanish people, right? That's not difficult to understand.
I hope my government serves every person that lives in the country.
I hope my government, you know, I hope they give a certain amount of rights to literally any person that is in the country, because they are a person.
How long can that go on for?
I don't.
How long can you go on giving free resources out, right? And, you know, it's a lovely thought in a perfect world, right?
Oh, forever. If you live by me and Jovan's system, we can do it forever, right? Like, we're communists, bro. I don't think you want to talk about giving out free resources.
Yeah, because communism's worked so well in the past.
Wait, I'm sorry. You don't want to have a communism conversation with me. I'll embarrass you. But do you think that immigrants in the UK don't pay taxes?
Oh no, they pay taxes, but
so then they're not getting stuff for free. So wait, stop. So the government's not giving out free stuff. They're giving them what they pay for.
One second. If you give me a second to, where was it? I've prepared this beautifully formatted list here. Yep, 16.5% of the population or 1.13 million foreign nationals in the UK have claimed benefits, which is universal credit for you, I believe, in 2024. 16.5%. 16.5. Can you imagine that in billions? Can you imagine the sheer money gone?
16. So not
Guess
even.
what? Don't
so
care.
not even. Wait. So not even half.
Don't care.
Wait, William. This
No.
you can't be serious.
No, I don't give a fuck.
Hold on. Stop. This might be the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You said only 16.5% of the immigrant population claims benefits.
Did you just say only 16.5%?
Yeah. Are you stupid? That's not even half. That's not even a quarter.
Only 16.
William, are you stupid? William, how many of what percentage of William, please stop being stupid. What percentage of the immigrant population pay taxes?
100%.
So they pay. Money. So then they're paying way more than they're using.
If they're making money.
So they're paying more than they're using. William, stop. No, stop. William, stop. William. I either you're purposely stupid or stupidity hit you with a baseball bat when you woke up this morning. If more of them pay than are using, what is your issue?
Well, actually, 70.6% of long-term 2023 UK migrants failed to make the £38,000 quota. That would mean they're a positive contributor. So basically, what that means is having them in our having a
what
person.
Age? I'm sorry. What age? Say that. Wait. Say that statement again. Say that claim again. Say that claim again one more time.
70.6% of long-term 2023 UK migrants failed to make the £38,000 quota, which would mean they're a positive contributor to the country.
There are no official documents that make this claim.
I also do want to say of people on universal credit in January 2025, 76.2 were from the white ethnic group.
No. That's fine. I'm not denying that. But guess what? They were there to begin with. Okay, why would we want to import people that we didn't have before that we're now having to give resources away to?
I don't like the way you're saying import. We're not. I don't like the way that you talk. See, you talk about people in this dehumanizing language as if they're some kind of like product being imported. We allow people to move to the country. We're not importing people. What the fuck are you talking about?
One second. By the way, I will address that. My source for the other one was the Center for Migration Control, by the way. Well, no, that is the whole point of immigrate. You've got asylum seekers and you've got economic migrants. Okay, they're very different things. Okay, asylum seekers are pretty obvious. They come from wars, horrific scenarios, and yes, of course, they deserve.
You're not explaining anything to me that I don't know, right? What I don't understand is why you're talking about. Why are you talking about people who choose to immigrate as if they are a product that we purposefully import?
We import labor to boost our GDP.
Right, that's great that we do that. Where does that labor come from?
Other countries.
What specifically?
The people from other countries. Yeah, the people.
Okay,
from
the
other
people,
countries.
right? So we're talking. So you are aware that we are talking about people, right?
Hey, I just want to point out.
Right?
Did you read the thing you quoted just a little while ago? I don't think you did, because it's not talking about benefit thresholds or tax thresholds. It's talking about whether you meet the threshold to be considered for a work visa.
Yeah. So they failed to be a positive contributor.
That doesn't say That doesn't say they failed to be a positive contributor to the country. That's not what that says at all. Even the source doesn't even make that claim. All it's saying is they didn't meet a new requirement that was set for work visas. That's it. Do you read the things that you quote, or do you just like it is? I just read it. Do you read the things you quote or no?
I do. Let me see.
You don't. The word positive contributor doesn't even show up in that source anywhere. You're just making things up, William, and it seems like you're just making things up because you got a little Zionism, or not Zionism. You got a little xenophobia.
Jesus Christ, Zionism!
I said xenophobia.
That's a whole other discussion.
I said I corrected myself and said xenophobia. Seems like you got a little xenophobia in you. So you.
I think that's a silly way to sum up a perfectly reasonable concern.
Nope, it's not.
I don't think this is a reasonable concern.
You don't like people from other. You don't want people from other countries in your country. That's xenophobia. It's quite literally that's what xenophobia is.
When did I say that? If they're positive contributors, if they earn their keep,
you haven't been able to point. You haven't been able to point out that these people are not positive contributors. You haven't been able to do that.
So I'm just wondering, as a person who was born in the UK, and I've lived here my whole life, I am currently unemployed, and I'm actually about to leave school because I'm not handling it. So. What about me? You know, what's the difference between me and one of these people that are from a different country?
So you've been here in the first place. You're a British citizen. You always have been. You were born here. The government
what value does that hold? What value does that hold?
That's why we have borders. It holds because you're a member of the British.
Wait, Katie, I'm sorry. I can't let him escape. I can't let him escape this nonsense of this claim has not said any of the things he said. This source does not make a claim that these people were not positive impacts on society. You're just lying. Either you're lying or you're stupid. It's one of those two things.
Oh, that's a bit broader. Okay, well, we can talk crime, right? We can talk,
I didn't say, no, you said they were not positive contributors. That's the phrasing you said.
Here's the thing, right?
You are I'm sorry, William. You're either lying or you're stupid. So are you going to admit that your source does not make this claim?
Hang on, let me navigate to it. If you'd be ever so generous as to give me a moment. Yeah, impose net cost on the Treasury.
It doesn't.
70.6% long term. Unless. Okay, the £38,000 quota needed for them to make a positive economic contribution. What are you reading?
That's not what this is talking about. The Migration Observatory, which talks about this quota, talks about this it's not a quota even. It is a policy stipulation that was put into effect that specifically says, I'll pull it up for you.
The Center for Migration Control is my source.
No, I'm sorry. Your source is bunk because I'm going right off of this and then the UK's own fucking website about skilled worker visas. It says for many jobs as of July 2025, the baseline pay requirement for a new skilled worker visa is $41,700 per year. So that's the baseline pay requirement that you have to pay a worker. What this is saying, what you're reading, is that people who are bringing people in from worker visas are paying them under what the new baseline pay is. So it's literally saying, this policy is saying it has to be raised. You are not reading this correctly. And this is really embarrassing.
The Center for Migration Control is not a bungus source. It's very well trusted.
The Center for Migration Control is not quoting anything. They're literally quoting a policy and saying that this policy is why, they're saying that these people are
full PDF report that's literally hundreds of pages. Oh my god!
Again, either you're lying or you're stupid. I don't know which one it is, but I'm worried.
We keep repeating this. There's hundreds of pages of PDFs right there. You can read through them all, but no one has time for that. They provide all their sources. If we dig a bit deeper, Jovan. Anyway, where were we? Crime rate, perhaps. I mean, we can talk integration. What do you want to discuss?
I just want you to actually provide evidence for what you're claiming.
Yeah, I provided the Center for Migration Control. There's a full report you can read. Full data file, hundreds of pages long. 140 pages long, this one, and it links to some more. Okay, so there we go. But I do actually want to ask you a question because, earlier, I mean, oddly enough, today, I mean, I've heard so much stuff about.
No, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna move past this yet. this source you're quoting, right? Where are they getting the idea that you have to make over 38,000 to be a positive economic contribution? Did you read your source?
Yeah, net cost on the Treasury. So the Treasury,
because when you click read the full report, I hate to break it to you, the report is 3 pages long.
If you link to the data file, the government data file,
we're waiting.
We're waiting.
Yeah, we're waiting for you
I
to
told
provide.
You go to the government
no,
data file.
I want you. Okay, what's the methodology they used in the study? In order to come to the idea that you have to make over this amount to break even, what was the methodology they used to do that? He's Googling it because he didn't actually read the study.
I am searching up how much the average citizen contributes.
He's Googling it because he didn't read the study.
How much does the average British citizen contribute annually? Average European migrant actually contributes 2,300 more. That's good. Keyword European. 300, yeah. Well, that's good at least.
And we're still waiting? Because he's Googling it because he didn't actually read the study?
The average British person, I believe the figure is...
That's not what I asked you.
No,
nope, we're not segueing. I asked you what the methodology used in your study was to come up with that figure. The methodology in the study, not you going to look up an AI summary about what the study tells me. I want you to tell me what the methodology of the study was.
CMS requested the following information from the Home Office, which is our, well, I don't know if you know what that is, via a Freedom of Information request. And then the data was handled through an Excel document. And then 308,510 certificates of sponsorship were used, and 218,050 were used by individuals that would be earning less than £38,700 per year. And only 90,000 of them were used by those who would be entering roles that paid more.
So what he's learning in real time, and we'll see if this sticks with him, that the study...
We're both learning, you know.
I'm not learning in real time. I don't actually have to learn this, William. What you're learning is that your source... Stop, William, stop. It's just nonsense, and it's the theatrics are boring me. What we're learning here, okay, what William is learning is that his study used flawed methodology. It used an arbitrary number that it didn't pull from any official sources, right? It used a narrow subset of migrants in order to try to fit this broad thread. It ignored any long-term dynamics that happen from people who are immigrants, right? Ignored all of this to come up with a number that is bunk because you listed a flawed study.
So you got 300 1,000 samples from the Home Office via a Freedom of Information request. The Home, it doesn't get more
Yes, it
official than
used
the
a
Home Office.
small. Do you know what the Home Office is?
It is. It's
What is it?
Government body for information and management and so on.
Okay. Of those 300 people, what was the family size for those migrants?
Well, actually, I was
How
going to go on to that.
How old were those migrants? How long had they been living here? It was only looking at people from 2023. You don't know what you're talking about, and at this point, it's useless to continue trying to talk to you.
Excel document.
So, William, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Maybe,
really, dude?
Maybe when you get a chance. Yes, really, William. You proved to me.
Can we not go on to some more
No,
topics?
I don't need to go on to more topics when you've proved to me that you're willing to bring up a study that you never read to try to cite. Absolutely not. That's fucking bunk, William. Eat penis or vagina, whatever you're into.
More than just,
See ya. I don't talk to people who give sources they never read.
Dude, I find when people start talking shit like that, I just find it difficult to not just get angry immediately. Like you're an asshole. Like, sorry, I have nothing to say to you other than you're an asshole.
It's useless. It's truly useless. You didn't read your own source.
It makes me wonder.
There's no point.
What they think about. It always makes me wonder what they would think about like reparations or land back policies and stuff like that. I'm always curious about things like that because it's like you seem to think that people are entitled. He probably is a Zionist because it's like people have some sort of birthright to land, and it's like this
wouldn't shock me. Anyway, shout out to Matt. Matt said, "Get William out of here." No problem, Matt. For sure. For sure. We have one more call, Katie. One more call. So give it up
the topic?
For Recruit. Recruit wants to talk about, Recruit is pro-life. Okay. So we're bringing up Recruit. Recruit is pro-life, and Recruit thinks that humans only have value, or humans have value unless they're dead or brain dead. So here comes Recruit. Recruit, if you can hear us, please provide me your age and your pronouns.
Repeat that. Please provide my name, age, and pronouns.
Just your age and pronouns.
Oh, I'm 23, he, him, his.
Okay. And Recruit, you think that
humans... I love when people give all three.
You think that humans should not lose their value unless they're dead or brain dead, correct?
Well, they shouldn't lose their right to life. Yeah, sure.
Unless they're dead or brain dead.
Yeah, and I say that because I value future sentience, I guess.
Do we got a flow debater here?
I can't do this.
Good old Flo, a position that doesn't posit any sort of moral weight on abortion to begin with. Anyway, sure. Why does the loss of brain death mean you think it's just because now you will no longer have a future sentience? Why should future sentience be valued?
So when it comes to why things should and shouldn't be valued, I'm not sure if I hold I think at the end of the day, we all get down to what we fundamentally value, and this is what I value. And I think if you want to change what someone values, you have to show a contradiction in their value or an absurdity.
I'm just asking why you value why future sentience is the thing that should be valued. If you're saying that future sentience is what provides moral consideration, why?
Those are the things I value. That's the thing I value.
Why?
People. Okay, so I put myself in the shoes of different things, and I imagine what things I would and wouldn't want to happen to me or for me. And when I do that, I imagine that I wouldn't want bad things to happen to me.
Okay, so the reason why future sentience should be valued, and the reason why future sentience we should have moral consideration for that, is because you would be upset if your future sentience was taken from you.
Yeah, pretty much.
How could you be upset if you did not yet have that sentience?
If I did not yet have that sentience? I mean, I don't think unconscious people can be
Didn't talk about unconscious
necessarily.
people. I said non-sentient people.
What concept of unconscious people do you think that
Didn't
non-sentient people
mention
don't have?
unconscious people at all. Didn't mention unconscious. Sleeping people are not conscious. I didn't mention consciousness at all. I mentioned sentience.
Okay, right. I guess I'd have to ask you why it's wrong to kill an unconscious person.
I don't think you should kill an unconscious person. I've never mentioned consciousness. Only you mentioned consciousness. I've consistently said sentience.
So it's sentience that you value?
Yes. Why would I value consciousness?
Okay, that's good. So you value, like, what level of sentience are we talking about here?
I think as long as you have the capacity to engage in sentience, then your life should be protected until you permanently lose that capacity.
Well, I think I don't think that position has any contradictions, honestly.
That's fine. I don't know why we're talking about my position. It seems like you just wanted to move away from your position, but we were talking about your position. So my question. Sorry, recruit. Sorry. That's not how that works. My question to you was, why would it matter if you lose something before you gained it?
Because I think I haven't found a better cutoff point for when we should no longer value humans. So
no, why should the start of it? Why should that be the cutoff? The cutoff is when you lose this thing, but the start of it would be before you gain this thing. Why would that be?
Yeah, but because if it is that you're gonna go off sentience, and I used to hold your position too, but
well, you heard someone
if I do value
tout flow and you thought that was just genius.
No, it's just that if I do value sentience, then I think I'd have to be vegan, right? Because from what I heard, and you can correct me here, but the other animals, like, they have a sentience level.
Yes, if your value is sentience only, then yes, you should be vegan. But most people who value sentience and are not vegan are just place another qualifier onto, like, the things they would eat. They just say humans are human when it comes to moral consideration between it. You're conflating two arguments, and it's causing you to mix up your beliefs, right? Because when we're talking about sentience versus non-sentience, we talk about it in the case of, here's a sentient being who's pregnant. Here's a non-sentient being that's not pregnant. Should they be able to abort that sentient being? My answer would be, or that non-sentient being. My answer would be yes, because this thing does not experience any harm. If someone goes, well, how come humans can eat animals? I would say eating animals would be based on some type of moral need. It's the same reason I think animals should be able to eat animals, right? I do think there might be some issues with factory farming, but, like, you can also just get into humans of a higher level of rationale. You could just be a human essentialist and just go, well, I only value human sentience, right? There's multiple reasons for this. But yeah, honestly, you probably should be vegan. Probably is the more moral decision for us all to make.
Well, I'm assuming you aren't vegan.
No, but I've never claimed to be moral.
Well, I mean, if you don't claim to, like, follow your own morals, then should I talk to Katie about this then?
No, that's just nonsense, because it doesn't change the argument. Whether I follow the morality of the argument or not doesn't change it. If I tell you killing is wrong, and we both agree killing is wrong, just because I kill someone doesn't make killing not wrong.
I mean, but if you kill someone, I would not believe that you believe killing is wrong.
Doesn't matter if I believe it or not. It's the argument, right? I could not believe any of the shit that I've said for the last, I do, but I could not believe any of the shit I said for the last, like, 5 hours of stream. It wouldn't change it wouldn't change what the arguments are. This is just a way to run away from the argument. Sorry, Katie, if you want to say something, go ahead.
No, I think this is just, like, annoying virtue signaling of, like, oh, nothing you say is worth value, when we can recognize that there are different things that we think are more important in society. And I think, like, getting human beings the right to, autonomy and agency over their body, even during pregnancy, right, is going to be higher up on my list than animal rights. But I think that is something we should consider. But I take, like, a kind of global perspective about how we weigh out harms. And I think probably, I don't have, like, every piece of the argument here. I'm not going to claim to, but probably what we would find what would be better for sentient beings as well as environment, and the flourishing of all of those things is going to be like small local farming, and it's going to be overconsumption and mass production of things are the real harm. So I
Yeah,
don't
but
necessarily think that being vegan is the most moral thing anyway.
I mean, I feel like my feeling here, and it's not that
You're
I
breaking up.
have
We can't hear you.
choice. I have no choice. What do you say?
You're breaking up. We can't hear you.
Oh, that's hopefully that's fixed. I have pro-choice friends who are
Nope, still
vegans,
happening.
and they say, "Huh?
Still
breaking
happening.
up."
Yep.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Nope.
Crunchy.
But please tell me that what you're about to say is not just another virtue signal. I need to know that it's not. I need to know in my heart of hearts.
I hope it's not. I don't intend to be. I'm a fan of the show. But I would say I have vegan friends, and they say that they're pro-choice too, because they say it's about sentience, and they say sentience begins at 20 weeks or something like that, right? And they say that that animals, especially like pigs, I think they said they're not sure about chicken, but they said pigs have like sentience of like 2-year-olds, and they're like, if we don't need to eat pigs, and they look quite healthy. They're not athletes or whatever.
I don't know what these levels of sentience, like how are we deciding how what it sounds like is it's probably going to be intellect or rationale or something like that, not sentience.
Sentience is just either it's on or it's off.
Yeah,
there's no levels to sentience.
So,
either you can experience or you can't experience.
I agree. So if that is the case, then, and we're saying like, oh, it's human sentience, because I've heard this from, I think, Dean or something.
I would say that it would be the complexity of the experience that's relevant. It's not even necessarily the human factor, but the complexity of that experience.
Oh, okay, but is it that 26-week-old fetuses or whatever have like more complex sentience than like
it would be
pigs
that they
or
have the
something?
capacity. It would be that they have the capacity to have that complexity. The parts of the brain necessary for that complex of an experience exist at about 24 weeks, give or take. So,
Okay, so what's the symmetry breaker between, let's say, a pig and a newborn? Let's not use fetuses, because I think you have some.
well, Katie already said.
Oh, we're not actually. Yeah,
go ahead.
We're talking about the complexity, but also me and Jovan haven't actually taken like a specific stance. Like that's why I tried to be quite clear about the fact that I don't have the numbers, I don't have the stats, but this is what I believe is likely true. It's not something that I really care about that much. Like I don't care about the veganism conversation personally. I think that there are good arguments for it as pros. I think that there are good arguments against it as well. Like some vegan products are terrible for the fucking environment. You can't say you're a vegan for the betterment of the environment while eating the garbage that some people are eating. Right? I think that the conversation is probably super nuanced and not something that I care enough about to know.
Yeah, I would.
But
I
don't know. I don't know if there's a symmetry breaker between human beings and pigs because I know nothing about pigs' sentience experience. I study human psychology.
Yeah, I would. My argument would be pretty simple. If it can experience harm and has the ability to experience harm, there has to be a justified reason to kill it. Just plain and simple.
Okay,
that's why I think you can kill some humans, and I'm fine with killing some humans.
Sounds good, right? And okay, so the reason veganism keeps coming in this conversation is because I think they beat me. I don't have a good reason to convince a vegan pro-choicer, because when they bring up sentience, I'm like, okay, you don't think it's okay to kill pigs, and you don't think it's okay to kill humans after this point. But I'm like, okay, other people think it's okay to kill pigs despite sentience, but they don't think it's okay to kill humans when they gain sentience. So do they value sentience or not? That's
but
why
the problem that you did in this conversation is again, like I said, it doesn't matter what I personally believe or stick to, right? In my argument, the argument that I give you is, it's most likely wrong to kill animals in the same way that it's wrong to kill humans unless there's a justified reason. For example, like when a wolf eats a deer, I think the wolf is justified because it's hungry, right? I think that's probably a justified reason. Just like I think if like you're living off the land and you have no food and you kill a rabbit, I think you're probably justified in killing that rabbit, right?
Yeah.
Factory farming, I probably think is never going to have. There's never going to be a justified reason for factory farming, like Katie said. And I think there are going to be justified reasons to kill people, right? I think there are justified reasons for a human to kill another human. But what happened is when you were like, oh, but you still eat animals, so therefore is the argument valid? That's like Katie said, that's a virtue signal. Like it doesn't change what my argument is. It might change how I engage with the argument in the real world, but it doesn't change the argument.
I think I understand what you're saying, honestly, because you're saying that you could just be doing a wrong thing.
Yeah, I fully would just say I fully believe when I eat a hamburger, I am most likely doing something immoral. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. I'll try to tackle it from some other angle. So I think sex is it's avoidable or it's possible to not have sex. Would you guys agree with me?
So some would say it's involuntarily avoidable.
Oh yeah. Of course. I do make it the case of
it feels like I think what's really good about this is me and Katie have been doing pro-choice debates for a long time. So we kind of can understand where your argument is going. Are you doing because now it feels like you're moving from a flow position to a causal obligation position.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's talking about a different part of the conversation, which I think is a fair stance to take. I think causal is also ridiculous. So.
Yeah, I haven't found a really good justification for causal obligation because, well, just to confirm, because we have to go through like the very beginnings of causal obligation to know you would hold an exception for rape and incest, right?
Well, just like because in this case, like this argument would be defeated if someone put the person inside you, then the causal obligation would go away there. I could have other reasons, but like this argument would not be strong enough for that.
Yeah, my response to causal obligation is just consent to sex does not equate to consent to pregnancy, right? Like
okay.
When it comes to somebody being pregnant, they must consent. Like all consensual things, they must consent throughout the entirety of the pregnancy, and they have the expressed ability to revoke consent at any point. Doesn't matter if they were the cause of this pregnancy, because at the end of the day, if they revoke consent prior to sentience, they're not actually causing any harm because this being can't experience. So it doesn't really matter. These arguments all tie in together, at least when you hold a sentient stance. I feel like not a sentient stance. My overarching position is a bodily autonomy stance with a sentience clause, I guess you would say. And the sentience clause just tells me the type of abortion you can have. But because I believe that a person always has to consent to their body being used, I don't care whether you have an abortion. The sentience just changes the type of abortion I think you should have.
Okay, so you would be like pro-life, except in the cases of let's say SA and serious bodily harm after, let's say, 20 weeks to be conservative or something like that.
I put it on 24 weeks. What I've at least gathered from the medical consensus is that 24 weeks is when sentience occurs. I would say at 24 weeks, you just take the fetus out. And then if it dies, it dies. It dies because it can't sustain its own life processes. But you just take it out after that point.
So I think why it gets tricky there is because the way I view it is, let's say there was let's do only after 24 weeks, right? If there was like a slot machine you could play, right? And let's say 1 in 30 spins will result in a baby being attached to you for, let's say 40 minus 24, that's like 16 weeks. This baby will be attached to you for 16 weeks. Would you say that if you're not gonna let that baby be attached to you and give you the pregnancy symptoms for those 16 weeks, then you should not spin the slot machine? And if
no, because in this analogy, it's sort of baked into the analogy that I have to maintain this thing, right? It's just sort of baked into the analogy, right? When it comes to sex, again, I just think these are there's a what's the word I'm looking for? There's like a wall in these two different things. So if it was the case that I was like I was spinning a slot machine and something was hooked up to me for 9 months. If someone said, "Oh, but Jovan, that thing can't experience for 24 weeks of that 9 months," then I'd be like, "Okay, then I'll just fucking blah blah," and then I get to take it off. What's the big deal?
Yeah, that makes sense. But that's why I did the 24 weeks onward, because I get your sentience.
Yeah, after 24 weeks, we do a brain scan. If like that's what like if we do a brain scan and we see the necessary components are there for sentience, like if we see that they have brain waves conducive of positive experiences, like we know in us, if we see that their neural development is where it needs to be, all these things, then I say you just take it out. You don't kill it, you just take it out. Now, if it dies because it can't maintain homeostasis, that's on that thing. It's not on.
Okay, so in this example, then, if it is like, let's say God or some shit spawns the 24-week-old baby attached to you, like through an umbilical cord with a placenta, right? And if you know that there's a 1 in 30 chance when you spin this slot machine, most of the times you will get pleasure, but 1 in 30 or whatever the actual pregnancy rate is, however fertile you are,
I think it's
you will
1 in 20, but yeah.
Yeah, you will have this 25-week-old, or let's push it up to account for, let's say 28 weeks. We're sure they have their brainwave. You test it, right? They will be attached to you. Would you still say you should be able to disconnect them, and if they die, they die, even if you could not, even
Yeah, because they're 100%. Right. Especially like I don't feel like this is super analogous to a pregnancy, because you have to remember around 24 weeks is when they hit viability anyway. Like the chances of survival, I think at 24 weeks are 60%. They go up even further from that.
Oh, I see.
It just so happens that right now viability coincides with when the capacity for sentience begins.
Okay, I get that. You could do a C-section.
Yeah, but like I said, at overall, when we're looking at like, I don't believe that consent to action A consents to any of the outcomes of action A, right? Unless we're looking at like legal contracts, then those are different because they bake in future consent. But just like actions, your consent to one action is not your consent to the other action. You can't consent to being pregnant until you find out you're pregnant, and then you have to maintain that consent the whole time. Otherwise, it is quite literally force. If I can say I don't consent to this, and someone's like, "No, you have to do it," I'm being forced to do something.
Yeah, but if you said like in the legal case there, it would be baked in. So if you live in a state where after 24 weeks abortion becomes illegal, then if you do get up to that point, which almost no women do, but I'm still saying for logical consistency here, you would say that if it isn't baked into your state, that if you get to 24 weeks that you can no longer have an abortion, then you would think that is moral, because
morality wouldn't. I would say if you're in a state where abortion is illegal, like we can go like just go full. If you're in a state where abortion is illegal and you have an abortion, you broke the law. Now it's not. I don't believe you did something immoral, but yeah, I believe you broke the law. Just like if you break a contract, you break the law. That doesn't necessarily mean I think you did something immoral. I just think you did something illegal.
But didn't you say that you don't believe that consent to action A makes you obligates you to do the result of action A?
Yeah, but again, contracts are a little different, because contracts are telling you when you sign it that you are consenting to action to outcomes B and C, and then they give you outs. Contracts all have to be baked in with some level of out for people that like they don't want to engage in the contract anymore. Like we can take the music industry for example. If I have a contract with a record label, typically the record label has an out. Like they're agreeing and they're consenting to paying to make my music, but their out is if the music's underperforming, they can remove consent. And in a lot of the music contracts, the artist can pull consent. They just have to pay back the record label what the record label paid for them. So there's always it's just, it's just because it's a legal document, you have more. But when we're talking abortion, that wouldn't be a legal document thing. It's just it would be a rights thing.
Okay, so can you tell me like how would you agree with me on this scenario? I think if you do go drunk driving, you do not consent to hurting anyone. But if let's say you go drunk driving, you hit someone, right? Somehow, right, the ambulance people they were able to um connect you to them to keep them alive, right? And they tell you that, hey, if you don't want this to go on any longer, we can disconnect them. If they survive, you will get a reckless driving or you'll get a DUI charge. But if but that will be it, right? Unless this person wants to sue you. If you separate them and they do die, then you're gonna get the manslaughter charge. Would
Super,
you
super,
think
super easy. Super easy. Super easy. I believe it was immoral to hook those two people up
yeah?
together. So because I believe that the
Uh-huh.
way you were hooked up was immoral, you have the express ability to remove yourself from that connection. But I do
Mm-hmm.
think it would be a moral thing to keep the connection, but it wouldn't be immoral to remove it. It would be amoral to remove it because you were unjustifiably connected to this person. I think there are reasonable and unreasonable uses of our body, and I think not legally. I think bodily resources and taking those resources without our consent is an unreasonable ask of a person.
Mm-hmm.
You can ask it, but it's unreasonable to force that on a person. I think if they were
Yeah, I get
they woke you up and they said, "Hey, you match this person's blood," you absolutely morally should give them your blood. But you're not. But
yeah.
it's not immoral if you don't. It's amoral if you don't.
I I agree. I fully agree. Otherwise, I would have donated at least one of my kidneys by now, right? But if you're the reason that they're in this situation where, let's say you stab them in the kidney, or well, you would say that was the immoral action there, so that would make you responsible.
Yeah, the action of killing
Yeah.
them is still immoral. So a great one that we used to use.
Okay.
Man, I feel like I'm
But if
pulling
you,
up, Katie. I don't know if you feel this way, but I feel like I'm pulling up arguments from like 4 years ago. But a great one to look at is like, let's say that you are there's a woman who gets pregnant and she
Yeah.
has a very rare kidney disease. Now this kidney disease skips a generation, so she is not suffering from it. But she knows
Yeah.
that if she has a baby, that child,
Yeah.
we can make whatever chance you want, 50% chance, 75% chance, that child has a chance of getting this kidney disease. And she
Mhm.
gives birth to this child, knowing that risk, that child gets this kidney disease and is going to die. I don't believe in
Yeah.
this situation that the woman is obligated to give the child her kidney, even though she is the cause of the child
I mean, I
being
think
in this instance. Now, it would be the right thing to do, but she isn't morally obligated to do it.
I think she should be. So I guess we just have like what do you call like super baseline disagreements here that would make us hard to reach a middle ground.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
don't
think
know
if
how we
you
can substantiate that she would be obligated to give up her kidney.
if it's an accident, then it's a sadder case. But if you know that your baby has a super high chance of needing a kidney, or if they're gonna suffer from kidney disease and die a painful death, then you shouldn't have kids. You should adopt. Honestly,
What if she didn't?
so
What if
many
she
kids
didn't?
would.
What if she didn't know this was going to happen until after she got pregnant? Now, what if
Oh,
she's
then
pregnant? Now, here's another one. What if she's pregnant with triplets?
oh
Who gets the kidney?
then in
Which
that case,
and which? So should she die? Like, this is the problem with parental obligation. Parental obligation assumes there is one
yeah.
child and one parent. What?
Mhm.
Like, think about it this: what if you have somebody who's like dirt poor? Or actually, no, I don't remember their name, but there was somebody who actually I've known a long time ago that told me this story, and this is actually perfect. There was a woman who
Mhm.
got pregnant. Now,
Mhm.
while she's pregnant, she is not allowed to take her antidepressants. Without those antidepressants, she will quite literally not be able to get out of bed. Her depression is this bad.
Yeah.
And she has a current child. Okay?
Mhm.
So she gets pregnant. She has a choice to make. Which child is she obligated to? Does she get an abortion so she can continue her antibiotics, or I'm sorry, her antidepressants, and care for her child? Now, these antidepressants, she can take them while she's pregnant, but they are almost 100% going to lead to complications to where that fetus is going to have lifelong,
No.
like it's going to have debilitating issues, like some that it probably won't live past a certain amount. So is her parental obligation to the fetus, or is it to the already born child?
It's what would I say? Me personally?
Yeah.
I'd say it's a already born child.
So see, in this instance, abortion would be justified. And now there's still a causal obligation here. So this is why I'm saying causal obligation isn't this like hard line in the sand. Like I think too often times pro-life positions require no nuance, and that's one of my biggest issues with pro-life positions.
The thing is, you could set up another situation where a mother would have to like kill their 1-year-old to save their 3, and I would say, hey, kill the 1-year-old, save the 3-year-old. But it doesn't mean that killing 1-year-old should now be okay or legal. It just means that sometimes you have to make super tough calls.
Sure, but when we're saying that the reason you shouldn't have abortion is an obligation, right? This is showing that obligation isn't like that obligation is still there.
Yeah, but
in order to remain logically consistent, right? Because you can say no, they should stop taking the antidepressants and focus on the fetus, and that would be logically consistent, right? Some people answer that way. I just think it's ridiculous.
Oh, but you could give up the cereal for adoption?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, you're right.
I think that's I think that's an unreasonable ask.
I was locked into this frame where I was like when you give someone a hypothetical and they give you these bullshit workarounds and you're like, just answer the fucking hypothetical. I was locked into that hypothetical frame. But if it is possible to pass on that responsibility to someone else for the 3-year-old, then yeah, the person should.
Yeah, I just think it's an unreasonable ask. But Katie, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, sorry. Honestly, I checked out as soon as Flo got mentioned. I had too many debates with the debaters of Flo, like the main people that are like, this is Flo. I had too many conversations with them where they just couldn't answer the most ridiculous things, and I was just like, okay, this is stupid.
All right, guys.
Sorry,
I do have
no offense.
It's fine, and I agree with you. I'm actually a pro-choice vegan. I actually have the same stance that Jovan has. I just think that if we value sentience, then we should stop killing these animals for a taste pleasure. And
you just came up here to try and get us to be vegan, man. Man, I got other priorities right now. I'll think about that later.
Yeah, but
right, I'll keel over if I stop eating meat.
You don't. Well, if you're one of those persons, then I get it. But most people aren't, right? Like most of us.
I just think meat tastes good. But here's the best part, recruit. I would also eat a person. So.
Well, yeah, that's those people who would like eat factory farm people, then I get it. But if you're one of those pro-choicers who say, oh, because it's sentient, then you can't you can kill them, then pigs are way more sentient than, or they have deeper levels of cognition than 26-week-old fetuses, so that's not gonna do it. And if you do bring up the human trait for why that sentience is special, then you also have an issue, because you're just kind of given into what silly pro-life people believe about being human.
I like how you had to pretend to be pro-life because I don't debate the vegan topic ever.
Yeah, most people don't. Like you'll instantly kick me. I will say though, I did debate you on the whole bodily autonomy thing, because I don't think it's like the stronger point. But I can see where you're coming from now that I've dived deeper into your views on obligation, and that you would think that. Yeah, I see your other views now on why you think you're not necessarily obligated to, even if you're the reason they're there. It's more consistent. I'm not sure how many pro-choice people would agree with you there that you should pull that lever if it gives you a 3% chance of having to kill someone. But I guess
I'm gonna tell you right now. Are you ready for this? If someone gave me a button and said, "You press this button, you get $1 million," but someone somewhere in the world dies.
Yeah.
Hitting that button. Thanks for calling in, recruit. You have a good rest of your day.
All right, man. Nice talking to you.
Unless it's like the button from the movie The Button, in which case the next person who gets the button is most likely going to kill you, then I wouldn't press the button. But if it was like, because like look at where most people in the world, like the most populated place in the world, isn't the most populated country India? The likelihood that I'm going to press the button and somebody I know is going to die is so low. Press that button. Press that. I'm just kidding.
I'm just outwardly. I have a bias. It's probably not going to be someone I know, so it's fine.
Yeah, right. Press that button. What? The likelihood that it's going to be conservative is pretty high.
I mean, honestly, you make a good point.
What's the
Arguably, you could do a lot more good with. I don't know.
There's a chance it could be someone we all really don't like. I mean,
you know, like, what if it was someone who was doing way more good than I'll ever do with $1 million? Then I feel like that's a waste. I've done the wrong thing.
I that movie annoyed me because I was like, if I'm poor enough, like if you bring me that button and I'm like dirt poor, I'm hitting it 20 times.
Yeah.
Would you make someone watch the Ring video? Fun fact. The Mask is stronger than. Have you ever read the Ring books? The books, the movies, The Ring is based off of?
Are you asking me specifically or asking chat?
I'm asking you.
Oh, I've not even seen the movies.
Crazy.
So, no.
But a lot of people think the Ring girl is just a ghost. She's a computer program. The lore of the books is that she's a computer program that existed on an alternate digital Earth and then jumped to our Earth. And the Ring is a computer virus. It's just a virus. That's why it takes 7 days to kill you.
That's way more interesting.
The books about the Ring are crazy. They are wild. Yeah, it's not a ghost.
I like that, actually.
She's a computer program. And can like literally rewrite. In the book, she can rewrite reality. Because she can access like the code of the universe.
Doki Literature Club?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, everyone remembers Doki Doki Literature Club.
And the only character that can beat her in the verse would be the Mask. But that's just because any character that can access the Toon verse is like insanely broken. That's why Luffy is probably one of the strongest anime characters now, because he can access the Toon verse. And the Toon verse is just the most broken verse. The only character that can beat a Toonverse character is an adult-ish Toonverse character. So like the Mask can really only be beaten by like Mary Poppins, because Mary Poppins would play the role of an adult, and the Toonverse doesn't affect adults in the same way. Like adults in the Toonverse don't get affected the same way if they play the adult role, not if they're adults, but if they play the adult role. Because parents in the Toonverses are never really affected by the same things that the kids are affected by. Because I have
no idea what you're talking about.
Anyway, let's read super chats. Let's read our super chats today. First up, coming in from wait, I think I saved one earlier. No, I didn't. Okay.
Even chat got confused.
Coming up from Bigfoot
Someone said, what is bro yapping
9.
about?
Bigfoot for Survival 9. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Said dinner on me. Thank you, friend. Followed by, I'm just going to read them because Katie said they won't read them. So followed by Rook is King. Rook is King, thank you for the $10 super chat. Said, well done. I think you actually just got through to John in a way that will last a long time. I hope so. From Pibble Punk said, I was addressed as ma'am for the first time ever and had a different stranger heavily flirting with me all on the same day. Ill euphoria is real. LOL. Pibble Punk also said, holy crap, Brian, the cognitive dissonance is crazy. I agree. Pibble Punk, thank you so much for the super chats. Another super chat from Bigfoot from Survival said, Brian's brain made of Campbell's soup. True. Misha said, is anyone looking for a new therapist? Obviously, we can recommend a very normal and not embarrassing professional Norm. This man ought to be embarrassed of having a crash out right out of the gate at his big old age. I agree. Norm was the funniest caller that I think I can't wait to clip that moment. That's going to be such a great clip. From the Duke of New York said, forgot to tip. Well, thank you so much for the tip, Duke of New York. Thank you for supporting the show. Another one from Misha said, woo, live stream when I can actually tune in. Much love to Jovan. I love to see Katie on again. Katie, did you see that your definition of the gender is slowly catching on with other folks on the line too now? Woo.
Well, here's my question. Do they know me? Do they know who I am at all, the people from the line?
Probably not.
I don't know.
I see a
I
lot
like
of
going into spaces where they use my definition and then being like, "Where'd you use this definition?" And then everyone being like, "Jovan Bradley."
I credit you constantly. Constantly.
I just think it's so funny.
The funny thing to me is when I look at like the like when I see on Reddit somebody will write the definition and be like, "Oh, this definition Jovan uses," and I'm like, "Oof." I got the definition from somebody.
What did you say?
Brent J. Council Treasurer said, "What does this super chat button do?" Well, Brent, it pays me $10, so thank you so much. From Betty Goldblum said, "Needs to be fourth option, yes, because I am on shrooms." Thank you, Betty. God Sinner said, "I wish I stated it aloud, but effing called it massage therapist who believes in big pharma wants to trans the world to make bank." Big L from Carakel. Thank you, God Sinner. Pibble Punk again. I can't stand it when people are proud to be stupid. True. Joshua Everett said, "My try. A game is an activity that requires interactability from one or more sapient agents through a series of actions defined by agreed upon rules. By this criteria, choose your adventure books are now games." And I would disagree that those are games. Also, anytime you play a game and a cutscene starts, you are no longer now it's not a game. But I would disagree that cutscenes are still part of the game.
I'm tired. I don't know anymore. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
From Joshua Everett said, "Optional. People, my punk band name." W.
Okay, who the heck is Katie Montgomery? Should I know who that is?
I don't know.
Someone said, "To be honest, I always thought Jovan was referring to Katie Montgomery regarding the gender definition."
I don't know who Katie
Who the
Montgomery
heck is
Chad.
that?
Who is that, squad?
Who is that? That is not me. My full legal name is Katie Trashwell. Come
on. Next up from...
Oh, trans advocate. Fair enough.
Next up from God Sinner said, "How do y'all do this job without a barf bucket in reach? So many calls like Mr. British and any of the vast anti-trans calls are painful." Yeah, well, yeah, I just like arguing. So true, Jovan, so true. From Flux Channeler said, "If consent to sex is consent to pregnancy, then consent to eating is consent to digestion, and throwing up for any reason should be illegal." Oh shit. It is in some states. Joshua Everett again said, "Hot take, Popeye Rex big head, the mask, just based on range of effect. He spinach punched the animation frame in half once." Nah, big head would take Popeye. Big head would take Popeye. That's unbelievably crazy to say. And finally from Ayla Ursa said, "Glad to see the horizontal." Yes, we have a horizontal stream finally for the YouTube folks. And you don't have to wait. The horizontal stream now gets posted immediately after the live ends. So you can watch the debates there as well as wait for them to get released as solo videos. I might change that in the future, but for right now, actually I am probably going to change that. That probably isn't going to stay. So enjoy it for this stream, but this is probably going to change after today. And they will in fact be released a week after. The live streams will be fully viewed a week after air. But for now, that was all of our super chats. Thank you so much, super chatters. Thank you guys for being here. Katie, did you have a fun time debating again?
I had a fun time debating. I'm tired. Did we get $50?
I think technically yes. You want to give a
all right.
So we're dropping some merch. It's going to be the Jovan X Katie drop. So Katie is designing some merch that's going to go in the merch store. Half of the proceeds of merch purchased in the Jovan X Katie drop are going to go to Katie. So that'll be your incentive to buy the Jovan X Katie drop. Katie's going to show us one of the first designs of the Jovan X Katie drop. Okay. So here they come. They're gonna. This is a live exclusive. Live exclusive, everybody.
It's gonna be flipped. It's also gonna be flipped. Where
you gotta
can
turn
I
the
get
brightness
it
of
to?
turn the brightness of your screen down.
Yeah.
Also, I can flip your screen really quickly.
Trying to get less glare on it. There we go.
Wait, hold on. That didn't do what I wanted it to do. I want to rotate the x-axis. That also didn't do what I wanted it to do. Never mind. I can't flip it the way I thought I would. Anyway, this is, oh, it's right side up. This is going to be the thing. It's Hot Girls Hate Capitalism. This is going to be on some merch. We haven't decided what besides a shirt. But we'll probably figure out what other stuff to put it on.
It's fine.
We can read it. Yeah, it says Hot Girls Love Capitalism. Or Hot Girls Hate Capitalism, sorry. Hot Girls Hate Capitalism. You guys will be able to purchase that soon in the merch store. So big W. It'll probably be on stickers and everything. Anyway, thank you guys for watching the stream today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for enjoying. I will be live again tomorrow. Don't know what time yet, but once I figure it out, we'll make a YouTube live for that. Thank you, Katie, for being here and joining us today. You guys have a beautiful rest of your evening. It is 11 o'clock. Holy shit, I haven't streamed up till 11 o'clock in forever. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. See you later. TTF the motherfucking and goodbye.